Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am your host, Patrick Donegan, founder and principal analyst with Hardenstance. Welcome to the Telecom Threat Intelligence Summit, sponsored by Adaptive Mobile Security, Eclectic IQ, Nokia, NetScout, Ericsson, and Fortinet, and supported by speakers from BT, Deutsche Telekom, Telus, the GSMA, the Cyber Threat Alliance, Tag Cyber, and the Blavatnik School of Government. We have a tremendous lineup of speakers over the next 4.5 hours, I think it is. They will be sharing their thoughts on what the telecom sector is doing well in terms of the use of threat intelligence to protect against cyber threats. We'll also be discussing what we're not doing quite so well, what the telecom sector could do a bit better. A very large part of the reason for the event logistics having run so smoothly up until now is honestly the outstanding job that's been done by the marketing team at Adaptive Mobile Security, who are the diamond sponsors of the event. Wanda Cardenas and Maureen O'Sullivan are online with us now, behind the scenes. That said, I sincerely hope we won't be hearing from them today. And the reason that I hope we won't be hearing from them is that they're only going to need to speak up if they have to step in and take over from me in the event I get kicked off the platform or otherwise lose connectivity, which fingers crossed will not happen. I do want to make a slightly more serious point about the lack of visibility of women at today's event. I'm afraid we do not have a single female speaker. Is that all my fault? Am I an entirely bad guy? No, I'm afraid it's just the way it's turned out. That said, there are certain levers that an event organizer can pull on to try and ensure women are better represented at tech events like these. Certain incentives, that can be put in place. Bottom line, I didn't think about that until it was too late. It's the first time I've organized an event in this way. The die was cast by the time I realized the problem that we had. My commitment to you is that I will try very much harder. I will pull on a number of those levers to ensure better female representation next time we host this event. Some administrative themes, if I may. As a member of the audience, you will find that you are on mute throughout the event. You can, however, ask questions using the chat tab. This is an open forum. Last count I saw, I think 5 journalists had registers. Note to speakers, what you say may be used and taken down in evidence. If you want to post about the event, it's called Twitter. It's called the Telecom Threat Intelligence Summit. Therefore, the hashtag is TTIS 2021 on Twitter if you wish to tweet about it. If you want to look at the schedule of timings, you can actually go to the Hardenstance website, www.hardenstance.com, and the event registration page there will take you to the agenda and scheduled timings. The event recording will be archived and made available to view either later this week or early next. There will also be a report published by Hardenstance coming out of the event, summarizing the key highlights and themes. Our last item for speakers. My number one priority is to adhere to the schedule. That means I'm going to be really tight, really unyielding as regards people speaking to their allocated time slots. Sorry about this, but this is live, this is virtual. Bowing to the god of the schedule is in everyone's best interests. That's my introduction. I'm actually going to hand over a minute early, so we're going to make a good start to our very first speaker, and he was actually the first person to agree to speak at this conference. He is David Rogers. David is chairman of the GSMA's Fraud and Security Group. And David, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you very much for inviting myself and the GSMA to speak at your event. I think it's very timely, and that's why I was more than happy to join today. Because threat intelligence sharing is something that's been at the top of my list of things that we need to be improving on across the mobile industry and across the telecoms industry in general.
Right.
I think it's certainly one of the routes to success when it comes to dealing with difficult events that occur. And it's something, as I say, we could do better. So yeah, so if I could have the first slide, please. And so my name's David Rogers. I in amongst a few other things, chair the fraud and security group at GSMA. So, well, what is GSMA? GSMA is the sort of consortium of mobile network operators and all of the sort of ecosystem around that for the whole world. And so that's hundreds and hundreds of mobile network operators in small countries to large countries, with very different cultures and differing levels of economic reality as well. What we do is we bring all of the security and the fraud experts together, and both discuss the things that we want to improve and recommendations that we want to make for industry, so sort of defensive security measures that we want to put in, through to actively dealing with incidents and threats as they emerge. And a large part of that is sharing intelligence. This group has been in existence for well over 20 years, and has thousands of members, and a number of subgroups in different areas. And you can imagine how that has evolved over time, from when we were dealing with GSM only and only having to deal with things like SMS and very low capability devices, to now where we've got the entirety of the Internet of Things, every single business sector, from medical through to automotive, plus super rich handsets that people are using, that contain their entire lives, plus a network infrastructure that goes around that stretches from all of that legacy from GSM, which essentially was designed in the 1980s, through to the really cutting edge stuff, which is linking together with the IP networks, so the more sort of traditional ICT industry. So the job has become vastly harder and bigger, and sadly, some of the companies involved still probably have the same size fraud and security teams as they did before, but they're having to deal with so much more, and the speed in which events occur and the scale to which the effect happens is something that is ever growing, and we need to be able to deal with that. And for those of you who know me, I'm a reformist, and I try to change things for the better. And we need to be able to sort of revolutionize things. So when I took over as the chairman of the fraud and security group, particularly in this area, I felt that I like Bernie Ecclestone's comment about the Formula One at Silverstone quite a few years back, where he described the situation as being like being run like an English country fair, and I see some equivalents here. And this isn't a criticism of GSMA or the members, but it's more an observation, which is, things were done in certain ways, and in-person intelligence sharing, and ringing up somebody that you knew at a company, because the kind of latency would allow that. Nowadays, we don't have that leisure of time, and we don't have that luxury of being able to think about things and to consult colleagues and so on. So there is this direct need for a kind of reform and revolution in the way that we deal with these things, both from the ingestion of huge amounts of data to the analysis of that, and then also revolutionizing the human analysis of that. So broadly, our remit covers everything from signaling type issues to messaging to mobile malware, through to device security, through to future network architecture security, through to supply chain security. So if you think of an issue that's security related that happened on a mobile network or a phone, we have to deal with it. And our overall mission is obviously to maintain the reputation of mobile networks, that actually we don't have a situation where people are worried that when they pick up the phone that their call's being listened into by some random person, or that they're not safe to call the emergency services or something. So we solve that by making sure that we're staying well ahead of the game, and that we're doing our jobs effectively, and that essentially we don't need to be regulated, because we're already ahead of that. We're responsibly doing our job. And that's something that I've set my stall out on, and we're trying to get ahead of the game in a number of areas. So yeah, we do represent this sort of global centre of expertise. There is no equivalent, but we don't need to rest on our laurels. We absolutely need to bring in new skills and new people as all of these new technologies and sectors come in. And right now, of course, there's a lot of virtualization happening. These are not traditionally skills that have been in the telco sector. So we need to draw on skills from other industries, and the same in other areas, as I've mentioned, some of the specific IoT sectors where there are maybe safety or specific regulatory needs. So next slide, please. So the threat landscape, as I've sort of briefly mentioned, is extremely broad, and it's really impossible for one person now to be able to understand all of the technical nuances of every single way that a mobile network can be attacked, or where exactly all the bodies are buried. And so we need to, as a sort of a group of companies, we need to try and get a much better handle on what that threat landscape looks like from a global perspective. And particularly with frauds, for example, we notice that frauds are quite localized in their nature, whether they're localized to particular languages or localized to particular MOs or techniques that are used to target subscribers. So one example that I would give is something like virtual kidnapping, which you can look up on Google, is something that has been a big issue in Latin America and now in North America, but is not something that is particularly an issue in Europe. And there are plenty of examples of this. Some of the mobile money type threats that are specific to sub-Saharan Africa, where some of those types of services are deployed. So we do have sort of regional groups who look at those different things, and they feed into the overall threat picture. Equally, we do have some big threats that transition across the world, and sometimes they hit all at once. So there have been some very big examples where we would have some kind of class attack where one particular type of device was breached and that was available across the world, or one particular type of technology. But equally, in some cases, we have particular types of malware, for example, FluBot, which is something that network operators have been dealing with across the world, where it will start out in one country, we'll get the intelligence reports in, and then it will start to spread. And right now, for example, FluBot is targeting New Zealand and Australia. And I think this sort of leads into some of the things I want to talk about later, which is where we can identify emergent threats in particular countries or particular regions, that immediately benefits other areas if we can get that intelligence shared and defensive measures can be put in. And I really like the line that one of my colleagues, the GSMA, Leonie Lewis, uses, which is one organization's detection is another's prevention. And that's actually the tagline for one of the GSMA services, because we're directly seeing the benefit of that with this FluBot, and I'll call it an MO. It's really sort of malware kit as it spreads across the world with the criminality behind it. But again, as I mentioned, we were having to deal with everything from signaling threats that may come from nation state actors through to people who might be doing low-level frauds against retail outlets or business email compromise. And there's just this whole panoply of things that we have to deal with. So next slide, please. I have to briefly mention COVID-19 because this kind of like went off the scale a bit for us in terms of how crazy can you get. And we saw this convergence of something that we were already aware of, which was misinformation about 5G networks, and then that sort of hoax, as it were, being conflated with COVID-19, but had real world effects. And we had a situation where Telecom's network engineers were having to go out with completely unbranded uniforms, unbranded vans, because they were at risk of physical attack as a direct result of essentially disinformation. And you can see there, that's a base station going up in flames. There are a number of attacks where none of this was to do with 5G. It was LTE upgrades outside hospital. That was one example in Ireland, to increase capacity for that hospital as the pandemic took hold. And we saw all sorts of strange attacks. We saw fraudsters move their techniques, which is kind of standard, move to the latest thing that people would be interested in. And so of course it was government messaging and things that people would be expecting. And we did a write-up quite early within the pandemic to kind of capture all of this, and you can download that from the GSMA website. Actually, a lot of that stuff is really still valid and quite useful information, so feel free to have a look at that. So next slide, please. So I mentioned that I'm a reformist, and I set about with other colleagues to make our threat intelligence sharing fit for the future. And so part of that is about bringing more automation into play. We would like to see APIs that are universal and available for all the network operators and the industry participants. So it's maybe something that we would define within our working group. But also at an organizational level, GSMA were capable of hosting some of those services. And so what we've managed to do is sort of take some of those paper-based things where we were getting intelligence reports and probably weren't even recording the trends and useful information that we could put into sort of an annual threat report that would give us some real situation awareness, to bring that into the 21st century, as it were. And so we now have a mechanism for the members to do that online threat reporting, which then feeds into how we distribute that in our plenary sessions and our normal meetings. Where we take intelligence from external organizations as well. So one of the things that used to make me laugh was we had something called the hot numbers list. And just because of the mechanics of how that's distributed through different organizations, sometimes that hot numbers list would arrive at the person who needed it a few months later. So it was a bit of the opposite of a hot numbers list. It was a kind of stone cold dead list, unfortunately. So that clearly wasn't acceptable. And so where we identify those kind of inefficiencies, we need to eliminate them as soon as possible. We need to make it the process as optimal as possible, but without swamping people as well. And that's the current challenge we have. The data in itself also, where we don't need to invent it, we shouldn't be inventing it. So there are mechanisms, there are standards available, for example, with MITRE and so on, that we can reuse that help us to also align with the IT industry so that we can share intelligence between us that's meaningful and useful. And I think you're going to hear a little bit later from Adaptive on some of the ideas they have around that as well. So we're certainly on the right path. If we just go to the next slide, there are some services available right now that are steadily growing, and I would say that the way that the GSMA responded to FluBot is a very good example of the need driving the solution rather than us putting in place a solution that isn't needed. But we will seek to continue this effort to reform and to make this data available, and hopefully then that will be available to other participants in other industries at some point, and that we can really be able to react to things quickly and to be ahead of the game when it comes to very serious issues. So again, I'll sort of reiterate Leonie's message of one organization's detection being another's prevention. That would be really our mantra and our intent with this. So if we go to the next slide, please. So that's really a very brief summary of what we're doing and what we'd like to do. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Spectacular, and that's a very nice motto for the day, I think, David. Really nice indeed. So we do have a couple of questions. One, it comes from me in my head, but I'm going to ask our guests a question first. We have a gentleman from Broadcom, Symantec Broadcom, who's asking to what extent is there an intent on the part of the GSMA to leverage the sticks and taxi standards, the two standards that come out of the open standards that come out of the OASIS group. Where does that fit in your thinking, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. So just as I've exactly said, that where there are existing standards that are used and are sensible, exactly sticks and taxi, we don't want to be, for example, sharing physical instances of malware around. People have thought about this already, and they've implemented standards and they've agreed those standards. So I absolutely think that we should be adopting those, and they're certainly being looked at by the GSMA as mechanisms for sharing.
I'm going to ask another question actually arising from what you said. You mentioned the MITRE ATT&CK framework, the MITRE folks, who I think by almost universal recognition are doing a sensational job. I mean, lots of people disagree on loads of things in cybersecurity, but on the value and efficacy of the MITRE ATT&CK framework, I don't think many people disagree. Similar question, I suppose, David, to what extent are you mapping the work that you do in any way to the MITRE ATT&CK framework? Is it relevant to, is it not relevant to? What are you doing there?
Yeah, so I don't want to criticize MITRE actually. But I would differ slightly in terms of I think where the mobile network work in MITRE suffers is that we're sat on all the information, right? So I look at that and I go, oh well, it's missing X, Y, and Z. And so I'm very fortunate in the fact that that other people are thinking about this. So Carhull and Silka at Adaptive Mobile have been thinking about this, and I think where we can contribute to efforts like that in some way, we absolutely should. And so we just got to find the right way of doing it, and also not to get in the way, because that's that's pointless. But where there's something useful that can be used by other industries, and bear in mind that these two worlds are colliding now. We're one all IP networked world, whether it's mobile or whether it's an enterprise. Those things like indicators of compromise, those ways of describing threats, do need to be universal. So that's fully accepted, and we need to do as much as we can to support that, because there will be private mobile networks.
Very good indeed. David, I want to thank you very much indeed for getting us started. Fantastic start to the day. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And next up, I'm absolutely thrilled to invite our next speaker. He is Thomas Sergic. Thomas is the Chief Security Officer of Deutsche Telekom, and Thomas is going to share with us how Deutsche Telekom thinks in terms of its use of threat intelligence in its own environment and also with its customers. Thomas, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Patrick. Can you hear me?
We can. Sorry, I just unmuted myself.
Okay.
We can hear you very well indeed. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks for having me. Welcome to all the participants here. So I'm Thomas Sergic, Chief Security Officer Deutsche Telekom, but not only in that role, but also providing here with the team services for external clients. So therefore we have actually at least two different perspectives on the threat intelligence. Nevertheless, I will focus mainly now on Deutsche Telekom itself. So next slide, please. When we're talking about threat intelligence for telco providers, we first have to answer the question what it is all about. Yeah, what's the purpose for it? And I would say it's somehow the safety belt for us as operators, as providers, but also for any other enterprises. Because we do have an increasing threat landscape in the outside world, and it's all about coming in front of the situation and having at least a little piece of information more than the attacker, hopefully, to be able to defend. So therefore, information must be collected and exchanged, and for sure also be analyzed. And in the next slides, I will give you some insights how we deal with that and what kind of sources we are using for that. So next slide, please. Yeah, the main benefits for us as using TI as a telco is consisting out of 7 bullets here. First one is understanding why you are an attractive target for an attacker. So this is the main question threat intelligence should really answer. And the second one is understanding where your vulnerabilities are. So it's a lot more than just looking in the darknet, for instance, and chat rooms to understand what attackers are doing. It's also including your vulnerabilities, your weaknesses of the company. It's understanding who the attackers are. So if you know who is attacking you, it's much easier to defend. And as you all know, it's easier to defend against an organized crime as against a nation state attack. So therefore, it's always good to know where's the attacker here. The fourth thing is to understand how attackers operate. What is their current operational model? How they are divided into different groups, how they work together, how they are organized, and all these kind of things. Then coming to understanding the techniques, the methods and tools they're using. And for sure after that, you need to understand how to mitigate those attacks and understand how to implement security measures in the best possible way. So threat intelligence is much more than just really gathering information. It's really counting on all those 7 issues here. So next slide, please. How do we generate that? For sure, as you're dealing with millions of data sets these days, you need to automate that. We have different sources which we use here, and I come to that in more detail in a minute. So we have open source information, we have closed source information, we have self-developed sources, so sensors in the networks, for instance, and we have community sources. All these information we are collecting in an electronic way. So therefore, we built a system for us here with a sample fetcher who is collecting the data, who is really trying to bring the relevant data together to sort out all the unnecessary and unuseful data. Then we bring them into a standardized repository. Based on that repository, we have a couple of analyzers running on those data. Some of them are fully automated, but we can also use the repository for our analysts on demand. And at the very end, it's about sharing. I always mentioned that. Therefore, we use a MISP platform, not to share only within Deutsche Telekom group, but also with external clients and external communities. So on the next slide, we have a deeper look on the sources. We're talking about open sources. It's consisting out of, just to name a few here, IP blacklist, open source threat info. So there are a couple of forums existing in the internet, but we're also using news feeds here from security news to collect information there. Examples for closed sources are commercial TE feeds. For sure, you can buy those information from commercial suppliers. We have also public closed sources like the Department of Homeland Security, like the German BSI, which are also sharing information with, in our case, critical infrastructure operators. And as I mentioned before, we also have our self-developed sources. To name a few here, we have a huge honeypot network where we collect all the latest attack patterns across the planet in real time. We have implemented the black hole monitoring, which is really useful. So this is using unassigned address spaces and monitoring the incoming traffic on these unassigned address spaces. And then therefore, for sure, as there is no proper reason for communication to those addresses, it's mainly the scanning activities moving around through the internet. And with that, we're able really to discover a lot of new informations. As a telco operator, you usually operate DNS platform. With a DNS platform, you can use the cache misses in DNS. So when the first time a domain is tried to resolved in the DNS platform, it's providing a cache miss. So the local DNS server has to ask the higher instance what's the IP address behind that domain, and by just measuring those cache misses, you can easily find out when there are new machine-generated domain names, for instance, used for CNC servers in botnets or those kind of things. And we have different other sensors in our networks deployed, and also using here the internal attack detection and mitigation platforms. So examples for the community sources, and this is, by the way, also not a source, it's also a destination for the sharing. It's just some examples here. It's the CERT teams which are connected. It's the Forum of Incident Response Teams. It's institutions like FS-ISAC, or in Germany, the CSSA, where major DAX companies are organized to exchange their threat information based on an automated exchange approach. So next slide, please.
Quick question, if I may, Thomas. That Department of Homeland Security, was that a German Department of Homeland Security or the US one?
No, it's the US one.
Oh, you're sharing with the Americans. That's nice.
It's the US one, yeah. As having a global footprint, for sure you need to do, and major part of our operations is in the meantime in the US. So here you have some facts and figures just to give you a glimpse on what we're doing. All these information are the statistics from September 21. So 63,000 indicators of compromise coming out of these advanced TI feeds we're getting from the external side. We have 3,800 leak credential findings in our credential monitorings. Leak credential findings is only the number for Deutsche Telekom AG. For sure, there were a couple of million leaked credentials discovered, but we then filter it out what is related to Deutsche Telekom. So to give you an idea, it's really an issue. 5,700 fraudulent domain findings. So we also monitor the domain registration when somebody tries to register a domain which is equal to your original domains. This is mainly then used for preparing phishing campaigns, for instance. And you can see this is a huge issue here, 5,700 domains which are closed by the naming to Deutsche Telekom domains. We have 3,000 active honeypots which are monitoring all the attack patterns in our networks and creating a couple of millions IOCs in total. 2.3 million IOCs we shared in the commercial intelligence feed. So next slide, please. Sharing this is what I mentioned a couple of times in my speech, and as our claim as Deutsche Telekom is life is for sharing, we also said security is for sharing as well. And it's a give and take. With this give and take, you really become able to get better intelligence than just sitting with your own limited capabilities in your own team. And therefore, this is essential part of the work of the threat intelligence team. So not only in the associations I've mentioned previously, but also within the community. And it's really important, and this is my experience, to implement and to become really part of the community, of the threat intelligence community, and make your people part of that community. So for sure, this all needs to be automized, as we are talking about of millions of data sets. And on the next page, you can see a figure on that. We are using a MIST platform for the internal and external world, I've already mentioned. It's used also automatically to reconfigure some of our defense systems. So the built-in sharing functionality is in that way automated, that we're shared in September, last September alone, 26 million different indicators of compromise. And you see here on the picture sample how this looks like. So there are a lot of information on malware, but also on websites known for being malicious, on attack patterns used by attackers. So it's a huge amount of data, and without automation, you're totally lost in that space. Next slide, please. And this is to summarize the challenges we are facing here. So using the full potential of the available data is for sure an issue. AI will help, or I would say most of these technologies is for sure artificial, but not intelligent yet. So we need to invest more in machine learning. That's what I'm more in favor of, instead of talking about AI. So machine learning here is really key to create more value out of these data. We need also to include the concerns in the usage of analysis. So this is an issue as well. And the biggest issue I would really mention here is the lack of skilled resources. So the market at the moment is totally empty. If you're looking for analysts, you have to pay that high amounts of salaries. And this is really the biggest issue. And therefore you need to invest, and we do that as well. You need to invest in training your own employees, in training young talents to overcome this skill shortage. And by doing so, you need to provide them, this is my experience and what I'm really a strong believer of, you need to provide them also a game field where they can play with those data. Because of a lot of these talents get attracted by the opportunities, by the amount of data you have, by the amount of tools you provide, and by the freedom of really doing R&D in that space. If you just bring these talents into the 24/7 groundwork, and just do work like a run book, you're more or less not able to attract those talents. So these are the biggest issue, I would say. With that, I'm done with the brief view on why is threat intelligence important for telco operator, what should threat intelligence be about, and hope to give, at least to be able to give you a little insight in how we deal with that. For sure, it's much more complex environment where we're talking about here, and the issue is really, what I should summarize, talents and the amount of data. These are the biggest issue, and I hope the benefits are clear to all of you. If you deal with these information, you might not become the victim in the first stage. So it's better to learn how others became victim to protect the company against those kind of attacks. With that, I close and happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Thomas. So you've left a very generous 10 minutes, which is terrific. Let me invite our audience to submit further questions. I guess the first one I'm going to ask, and I'm going to ask you to expand a little bit, if you would, on MISP. What is that organization? How do telcos plug into MISP? What is the sharing model for a telco working with the MISP open source tool?
Look, at the very end, it's about creating a trustworthy relation between the parties which are sharing. So let me describe on the example of the CSSA. This is a sharing association we founded together with other companies in Germany. And the idea behind was that we only let people or allowing people to access those data when they can really also contribute to it. Yeah.
Right.
So first you have to contribute before you get the data. That's the first thing. The second thing is you need to have the people who are understanding those data, and the third thing, you need to agree in confidentiality and not to share the data with the public. These are the main principles, and based on that principles, we've set it up. These exchange with a MISP tool, and MISP is just the tooling behind, yeah. But the more important are the three principles, and with these principles, we're totally open for sharing in the community, and we share with a lot of telco operators, as well as with clients, as well as with governmental agencies. Yeah, there are some challenges for privacy you need to solve upfront to be compliant to the GDPR for sure. So also some legal constraints you need to care on, but this can all be solved. But the biggest issue is really to have the right partners which are able to deal with those information and which are really contributing. And
right.
As I mentioned, it's a give and take.
Yes, indeed. Yes. It's interesting. I mean, the Cyber Threat Alliance, I think, who was speaking later, they also have that same principle. You can't participate. You can't just take. You can't just show up and take stuff out. You have to contribute as well. So you have a very nice question here from Richard, who, if my memory serves, works. I think he works for Countercraft, or did at one point. You have a nice, hi Thomas, vielen Dank. His question is your honeypot network a COTS solution or Deutsche Telekom home brew? What a beautiful phrase.
Yeah, it's a combination, I would say. We have a famous open source project on GitHub, which is called Teapot. So it's all released in open source. We did a lot of development there, and we shared also the backend infrastructure on GitHub as open source. And the idea behind our honeypot network is the same. If you contribute with a honeypot, operating in a honeypot, and contribute with your data in the backend, you get access to all the data of the other honeypots as well. Yeah, and just by doing so, we were able within less than a year to increase the footprint with more than 3,000 honeypots, and that's just the physical ones. There are a couple of logical ones running on this platform across the globe. So we have universities in Japan contributing, we have in South America, in Africa, so really across the globe contributors to that. And just repeat it, it's called Teapot, and you can find it on GitHub.
That's fantastic for other operators to know, obviously. I have a question relating back to the Department of Homeland Security in the US. Is it possible, would it be appropriate for you to scope at a very high level the type of information that you share with them?
Look, as I mentioned, this is one of the closed sources, so it's not that easy to share the details on that. But I can share so much that I can say they do have a lot of information which are publicly available, and if you get in touch with them, they also share information which are more a threat to you as an infrastructure. So in case of a telco, if you can contribute there, and if you can help to clean the internet, so they're open to share some more information, but all covered under the legal frameworks with regards to privacy and those things. It's more the threat actor information, it's malicious addresses and stuff like that. Right.
And somebody's just shared, somebody's in fact just gone and shared that on the chat function, the GitHub location where you can access all of the details of Deutsche Telekom's honeypots proposition. So go right ahead and share that. Whoever it was that shared that, thank you very much indeed. We weren't expecting that, but it was very helpful. Thank you. I have a question here, which I think we know what the answer is, but I'm going to answer it anyway. Somebody is asking whether telecom threat intelligence covers threats that are specific to the telecom component rather than just IT infrastructure. I think clearly it is, but Thomas, you can explain why better than I can.
Yeah, so we're not differentiate. Yeah, we're collecting at least all threats we can get our hands on, as all of them are important. And from an attacker point of view, it's not a question if you should attack an telco switch or the IT systems in the OSS or BSS system. So you need to cover and you need to protect all of these environments, and therefore we're collecting those for sure. And we're collecting also, by the way, on our clients threat information and share with our clients. Say, hey, we found something, you're most probably under attack and you did not know it so far. Here's some more information for you.
Right. So we have 5 minutes left. I'm going to use all of Thomas's time because he's a great guy to be speaking with. I don't have any other questions, so I'm going to put one or two more myself. First question I'm going to ask Thomas, I think, is, you know, if we over the last 5 years, the world has started cooperating less. These are not happy times geopolitically, and moreover, we've started attacking one another more from a cybersecurity perspective. What does that mean in terms of the challenges of actually sharing threat intelligence globally? Because it's a less hospitable environment for that kind of thing these days.
I guess there's still a lot of information which are being shared also on a global scale.
Yeah.
Even if we have harder times in the general political collaboration, let me phrase it like that. And it's more, the world is more dividing again in a Western and Eastern part. Yeah, that's for sure. But the good news is that most of the vendors we're using coming out of the Western part, and therefore we have a huge community here with a valuable information. Nevertheless, I would say, because of the rise of these threats, the biggest issue is here really to have the right resources. So teams were growing up tremendously. When we started with threat intelligence, we started with a team consisting out of 2 people. And this was sufficiently enough for a couple of years. But
right.
Nowadays, it's a double-digit number in the team, really working on those things. And it's not only based here in Germany, it's really spread through different locations and different time zones, really to be able to be fast. And that's also essential, yeah. It's not helpful to get the latest information on an attack, which might happen in the next 2 hours, but to get it 2 hours after the attack happened, yeah. So therefore, it's really essential to be on the spot 24/7 in threat intelligence.
I'm going to ask one more, I think, Thomas, and I think let's try this one. When we look, for example, at some of the most high-profile attacks that have caused the by far the greatest damage over the last couple of years, if you think of SolarWinds, if you think of Colonial Pipeline attacks on hospitals and what have you, there is a tendency for the perception to come across, because I think the perception is somewhat the case, that the telecom sector itself doesn't suffer from cyber attacks on quite the same lethal scale as other organizations. To what extent do you recognize that as a perception? Is it true? And what do we do about it?
Well, as telco operators, we're used to deal with attacks for a couple of decades now. Yeah, so it started in the analog world with the phone boxes, and it's then shifted over time into the cyber arena. So we are pretty much used to deal with it. Therefore, there might be a different awareness in our sector. The biggest issue, and you mentioned the supply chain attacks. Yeah, it's hard and really tough to defend against that. So think about there will be a malicious function in one of the prominent operating systems for our desktops. Yeah, it's really tough to protect against those things. Nevertheless, and that's the good and the bad news at the same time. What I do see that most of the attackers are still successful because the defenders are too lazy. What do I mean by that? Defenders not introducing software updates, and when they do, and when you have proper processes, you're mostly too slow on it. What we also see out of our threat intelligence, when Microsoft, for instance, is releasing a new software update, they're just telling we're fixing a critical vulnerability, let's say in Edge in the browser. They're not telling what kind of vulnerability, and they're also not sharing how to exploit it. Nevertheless, it took less than 2 hours when you see the first fully automated scan across the internet, trying to find vulnerable systems. So attackers are highly professional in doing a reverse engineering of those information, and they use the same like we. Yeah, they also do threat intelligence. They do reverse engineering on that. They build their tools and they try to automatically exploit. And the best and maybe also only answer is becoming faster in patching the infrastructures. And then we might end up in having only the 5 to 10% of the problem left, which is nation state attacks, which is supply chain attacks. But as we tend to jump more prominent on the last mentioned, we forgot to do the 80% work. And that's the biggest issue in my view.
Understood. Thomas, thank you so much for speaking at the first Hardstance event. Delighted to have you as our guest. Thanks ever so much indeed.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, Patrick, and successful summit.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tyler Oliver. Tyler is the XDR product manager for Eclectic IQ. Tyler, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Can you hear me on your side?
I can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So I'm excited to go after Thomas, because he brought up a few things that I'm probably going to reiterate in my presentation, but always interesting to see how organizations are trying to promote collaboration, both internally and externally, using things like MISP. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about how we at Eclectic IQ, and also me personally, look at kind of that collaborative approach to threat modeling. So, ensuring that not only, are we promoting collaboration with other organizations from an intelligence perspective, but also building systems internally to enable collaboration across teams. Next slide. Very briefly, I already had an introduction, but a little bit of background on myself here. Next slide. And we'll walk through a few real world examples of some collaboration that occurs outside of security that I think we fail to take into account in the world of kind of information security, how other emergency scenarios use collaboration, and we may have blockers that we've put upon ourselves or have been put upon us. We'll look at where some of those communication breakdowns occur inside organizations and how we can hopefully fix those, and then hopefully offer a few technical solutions. I think Thomas has already mentioned one of them, but we'll have a few others. Go ahead, next slide. So it's something that I think nobody likes talking about in business environments. We all have been talking about it. And I think it's an amazing example of where collaboration can succeed. And where we should be looking at taking components of, the outcomes of COVID and using them in other areas. So one of the things that we saw in the early days was obviously a significant amount of collaboration in the public community. I was one of many members of a community that, looking at creating face shields and all the other kind of PPE equipment. There was a lot of action that took place in the early days of COVID that showed an entire community dropping everything just to try and collaborate and come up with solutions, dropping any preconceived kind of barriers of I don't want to share something because I might be at risk of maybe creating some sort of system that might fail, such as maybe PPE that is not up to the standards necessary. But everyone kind of dropped it and said, look, we need a solution now. Let's see what we can do. And then we saw that evolve into things like research into the vaccinations and vaccines that have been produced. That was not a siloed solution. We did not get to a stage where we have where we are today with vaccines by organizations working in closed rooms entirely. There was a significant amount of collaboration that occurred in the scientific community. And we were all kind of on one mission, which is, eliminating a threat, eliminating this particular threat, and finding different ways to do that. So we take that kind of scenario that's played out over the last 2 years. And if we look at it from a security perspective, when we look at scenarios similar to that, we see it occur with things like massive vulnerabilities, where the community as a whole kind of comes up with ideas and solutions to detect those vulnerabilities, to defend against those vulnerabilities, and share that knowledge internally. Sometimes that works. Sometimes organizations don't freely make that information available for some of the reasons that were mentioned previously, whether there's GDPR concerns or legal concerns around sharing it. But the intent or the ideal scenario would be that we are each sharing as much information as we can to secure not just our industry or our business, but other industries and other businesses that are dealing with the exact same threat. Next slide. So if we look at our organizations, I've spent the last decade or so working with organizations around the globe in some of the most difficult scenarios that they've had of being breached and having to go through learning how to share information when the house is on fire. And there's a usual cast of characters that has evolved within these organizations, and there's specific information that these individuals have that is useful to others. So we have, our CTI analyst, who's going to be the individual that's receiving the specific cyber threat intelligence or information overload, and they're responsible for disseminating that. We have the business decision maker or leadership that's going to understand where they're heading, not just from a cybersecurity perspective, but where is actually the business growing, where are the potential risks going to be in the future, and could very easily inform downstream the analysts or the researchers or the detection engineers where there might be gaps that they're going to run into, maybe as they're growing into a new region of the world, or there may be an increased threat that they may need to understand if, say, they were going to start in a new industry. We have our detection engineers that are almost like a translation layer. And lastly, our security analysts that are kind of the frontline soldier in this example that's having to defend or act on that information that's shared from the other three. And then also hopefully sharing that information back to the larger group in some way, shape, or form. All right, next slide. So what I've seen today, I think there is some level of information sharing between organizations. If we look inside organizations, there tends to be some streamlined translation of cyber threat intelligence into detections. So something like a tool like MISP, where organizations use that and have it accessible by different teams and different technologies. That allows for rapid translation of content into actually detecting and preventing those threats. But what I also see is that the feedback loop from those downstream consumers, either technology or actually the individuals. So for example, the security analysts or security operations centers rarely have a feedback option available to them to go back to either the Intel developer, so someone that might be outside the organization, or even the intelligence analyst to inform them that, hey, this detection doesn't work, or this item that you say is a threat, we see it as a normal behavior. And that breakdown in feedback is not necessarily because the path is not there, but it can sometimes be caused by just an overwhelming amount of load put on the security analyst. So I've seen a few examples where security operations teams would love to feed back that information, but when you're dealing with hundreds and thousands of alerts a day, that's probably the last thing on your mind as a level 1, level 2 analyst, is to feed back to your detection team. And then the outside consumers, things that may not be directly in this loop aren't really considered. So other business stakeholders that may be consumers of intelligence or people that can provide information into the security loop here are not necessarily considered. Next slide. So this just kind of reiterates, a bit more of a real world example of how this communication exists today. And this is not saying that every organization on the call today follows the same model. It's just one that I've seen from personal experience over and over again. We have an example here of a lot of organizations are doing, red team, blue team exercises or purple team exercises. And those purple team exercises highlight where communication failures exist. Most organizations that I've worked with will do a purple team exercise with their CTI team and their red team and blue team. The red team will be responsible for testing the controls and evaluating whether or not the detections work. And the blue team may or may not be included in that process. They'll simply be in a black box waiting for alerts to fire. Whereas a more cohesive, collaborative approach to that purple team exercise can result in faster detections and faster changes in their security controls. Next slide. So what I've proposed in the past to folks is kind of exploit that feedback loop or that feedback process. So actually, understand that everyone within that process can feed back to one another. The security analyst can feed back to the business decision maker, or the security analyst can feed back to the CTI analyst, and vice versa. It's not kind of a one directional loop when it comes to who provides information and who provides feedback. But it's hard to enable that. And it does require, it can require some technology changes. It can require some process changes. We've, I think, as a community, started to do it with Intel sharing platforms, or at least enabled it in smaller Intel sharing communities. But those are still usually one persona, the CTI analyst that's sharing with other CTI analysts and vice versa. Next slide. So hopefully we can kind of, the idea that I'm proposing here with some of our kind of technical solutions is to change that one-way information flow. There's not one particular, silver bullet for doing this. It's more of a personal process or an enterprise process change that has to come out. But the benefits of changing that are, immense. You essentially allows your organization to more rapidly respond to threats. If your analysts are not overwhelmed with false positives, if your analysts are looking for things that are actually risks to the business, if your CTI analysts are aware of what their downstream consumers can actually handle, so certain signature types, certain telemetry points that they can then reference in their intelligence. A good example of that is if an analyst knows that we can consume atomic indicators of a given type because we have the downstream technology to support that, that's going to result in better, more high fidelity detections. But if a CTI analyst is simply taking in data without any understanding of how the downstream consumers are using it, you may just be taking in indicator types and filling up a data store with information that can't be used. Also, hopefully, as each of these those four kind of cast of characters uses information in this process, the outcomes of using that information, so whether it be the SOC analyst using a piece of intelligence, or the CTI analyst using something from their business decision maker around a new threat landscape they need to be aware of, they can actually share back the outcome of using that information. So, hey, I used that detection, that was actually very valuable because it allowed me to identify something new or a new threat within that area. Hey, sharing that business decision beforehand allowed me to gain a better understanding of the threats that exist within that new region or new industry that we're walking into. Next slide. So one of the areas I've spent probably most of my last few years on is working with CTI and detection engineering. Working with CTI teams to help them translate intelligence with their detection engineering team to actually result in alerts. It's one of those, I think, maybe underrated or undervalued translation points for information, and it's something that most organizations will either do without knowing or use other technologies that have already done that translation. So their EDR technology already translates content into a detection mechanism, and it does it in an automated fashion. But there is still a value for having either a process or an individual that can more directly translate CTI into detection content, and then feed back to the CTI team where that content is successful or not. and then adjust how that flow of information goes from a CTI team through down to the EDR product or the security operations center products for alerting. And this, we saw this in the example of the purple team exercise. This allows you to then verify that your capabilities are in place, that you have the technology or solutions in place to detect the threats that your CTI team has identified as relevant to the business. And then you can kind of take that information and go to the next level and detect things, outside of what may have just been an atomic indicator feed into a product, because now you start to understand what that information is. I can say, oh yeah, we've received intelligence around a given process or hash. We've developed that into a more robust detection mechanism. So we're not just looking for that process or hash, but we're looking for how it executes, what it is, who's executing it, more details downstream. Next slide. And then this is that downstream piece. So this is that detection engineering to security operations center, where the breakdown that I've seen exist in the past is detection engineering simply creates content, feeds it to security operations, and then that's it. Security operations is then responsible for managing alerts and kind of keeping the lights on from a security perspective. But without the feedback from security operations back to detection engineering, there's no way to correct poor content. And it sounds like common sense, but it can be difficult for security operations to offer that feedback. And there's some tools that we can use to promote that. At the end of the day, we want to reduce the noise ratio for our security analysts. They only have 8 hours in a day, some of them 12 or 15, depending on how often they're working. We don't want to overload them with poor detection content or poorly targeted intelligence. Next slide. So how can we do this? I think that one of the biggest ways to kind of promote collaboration or at least assess your collaboration was in that example I started with, but building additional connections. So using attack simulation as an exercise to assess how collaborative you truly are as a business, not simply to assess whether or not your security controls work. But actually taking a scenario and seeing at what stages are you actually feeding back to intelligence that, hey, that information worked or didn't work. We need more information like this or less information like that, and tracking that feedback process. Next slide. So this is kind of an example of that, and we can see that in this scenario, everyone is communicating with everyone. We have this idea of security engineers. We don't, in this case with attack simulation, we don't necessarily have the business decision maker or the business leader in the conversation, but there's certainly nothing stopping someone from bringing them into the fold. But we ensure that the security engineer is communicating with both the red team and the blue team. So understanding what the attack pattern is and understanding what detection controls they can put in place for the blue team. And then also, the intelligence analyst is providing information to the security engineer, both so they can build detection, but also so they can understand where that intelligence, although it's viable and interesting, is not applicable in their environment because either they don't have assets of that type or they don't have a mechanism for detecting that, and they need to maybe implement something new. Next slide. So one of the ways that we can do this, is threat intelligence platforms. Eclectic IQ being one of them, but MISP I think is a great way to start with collaboration. The other one is starting to use other platforms that I think most organizations are using already, but may not be using it for their kind of response process or collaborative process. Incident response platforms start to offer that. They offer at least a kind of a singular location for data around response that can be consumed by other parties. So SOC analysts using an incident response platform can then enable an intelligence analyst to review that data. I've also seen success in using more common products not built for security, Jira, GitHub, Slack, Confluence, etc., to store collaboration and store the resulting notes of certain incidents. I would encourage everyone, if they haven't already gone through a purple team exercise, to think about this collaboration piece in that exercise. Next slide. Next slide. Can you still hear me?
Do we have a snafu there of some kind, Wanda, Maureen? Are Tyler's slides stuck? There you go.
All right. I've got two quick slides, so I should be on time here. So I think one of the organizational changes, as I mentioned, a lot of this is organizational change or technology enablement. Hopefully, you know, as people start to think about collaboration in their organization, the goal there being kind of rapid response to incidents. At the end of the day, we're all here to kind of protect our business from major security incidents, and by collaborating, you know, we can essentially close that time frame from when something is known to when something is detected and eradicated. And last slide. So yeah, just some notes to take home with you. I think I've just come up to my time, but hopefully where possible, you can implement some shared technology between your security teams. A lot of organizations over the last few years, especially large organizations, have had to split out functions to several different places. What used to be a singular role is now intelligence analyst, detection engineer, SOC analyst, incident response, you know, digital forensics individual, all speaking the same language potentially, but in different technologies or different locations. And practice collaboration in the safety of a simulation is always one of the easiest ways to assess how well you communicate with one another. All right. I think I went 1 minute over. Apologies, but
no, you're not over. I think we've got another 5 minutes. In fact, Tyler.
Perfect.
Good.
Perfect.
Let me actually just request to the entire audience. I don't. It's probably the panelists. Actually, one of the panelists we can hear racket in the background. So if all the panelists who are not speaking at this time could go on mute, they would be greatly appreciated for doing that. So I'm going to invite our audience to ask a couple of questions, because we have a couple of minutes left of Tyler's time. I'm going to ask a first one, Tyler. You've spoken very generically, if I can put it that way, across industry sectors about threat intel sharing best practice generically. Give us an end of year, you know, appraisal as a telecom sector compared with other sectors. What do we get? Do we get a B? Do we get a C? And you know, if there are sectors that do threat intelligence better than we do, what do they do better than what we do in the telecom sector?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think you know, Thomas hit on it in his presentation as well. Like the telecom sector has done a great job, like other large sectors, of collaboration between themselves. So you know, with the use of ISACs, with the use of kind of internal security sharing groups with NIST, I think that piece is definitely I would say that's an A or a B on a grading scale. On the piece that I'm more kind of harping on here is the internal collaboration is, for lack of, it's all over the map. You know, I've seen some telcos within Europe that struggle to communicate between their security team and their business leaders around what threats they're actively seeing, or what or vice versa, what new business ventures are occurring, so they know to defend those. A prime example of that would be an organization that decided to invest in a given region. As part of that investment, exposed themselves to additional attacks, and then that resulted in a significant security incident. You know,
let me ask you to follow up on that. Do you generally find that it's the security team communicating poorly, or management that's listening badly?
I don't think anyone's kind of purposely listening poorly or communicating badly. I think it's not realizing the value of certain information to other teams. So not realizing that maybe informing certain stakeholders within the security team of a new investment strategy or of a new, you know, growth avenue. Obviously, that is sensitive information within a business, but something like that could have a significant impact on the success of your security team.
Right.
So I think it's more just not realizing the value of information, really.
That is spectacular. Tyler, I'm going to thank you very much indeed for a terrific talk. Thanks ever so much indeed.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Next up, I am more than a little delighted to introduce Professor Kieran Martin. Kieran is currently Professor of Practice in the Management of Public Organizations at the Blavatnik School. If you're wondering what that has to do with Telecom, actually, Kieran previously was the founding head of the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, the NCSC. I will say no more. Kieran, I'll let you take one more swig, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Patrick. I didn't realize I was on camera, so I better hold it up just to show that although it looks like a can of gin and tonic or something, it's actually just rather overpriced, but very nice lemon flavored mineral water.
We believe it, Kieran. Of course we do.
Absolutely. Well, you can't see what's in it, I suppose. You certainly can't test it. Skilled are the many people on this call are. Thank you for that introduction. I do teach mostly cybersecurity in my new job, despite its rather mouthful title. But I think what bridges my current job at a school of government with my previous 6.5 years setting up and then running the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK, part of the intelligence service at GCHQ, is actually a developing passion and commitment to safer technology. I really, really mean this. I've started talking about having been in a national security organization for years where you're trained to talk correctly about cyberspace as a domain of digital operations. And I do a bit of work for NATO, where for the last 5 years, cyberspace has been formally classified as a domain of military operations. That's all true and it's necessary. But during the pandemic in particular, when we all went to live and work in this place called cyberspace that kept us professionally going to some extent at least, and professionally or personally a lot better off mentally than we would otherwise have been, that I began to think of cyberspace as an environment. It's somewhere where we do live and work increasingly. It's an entirely artificially created environment, but it's still an environment. And as an environment, it's full of pollutants and insecurities and vulnerabilities. And as well as appealing to our own self-interest in not making sure that we're not hacked and that our companies aren't hacked, that we need to look after and steward this environment. And I think, and I'm not just saying this because of this audience, but when you look back at our experience of the pandemic, frankly, the role played by telecoms companies was occasionally heroic. It's not just me that takes that view. I was really struck. It's a bit esoteric in a Telecom's threat intelligence sharing conference to mention the New Year's birthday honours list by Her Majesty the Queen in the summer of 2020, but it included a number of engineers from the likes of Vodafone and BT here in the UK, because what were they doing? They were climbing up poles in the middle of the night in difficult and sometimes even risky conditions to make sure there was connectivity to towns, villages, and parts of cities where otherwise they would have had a really, really difficult day. Telecoms was tested during the pandemic, and by and large, both in terms of service provision and even to an extent in security, it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been with this great unplanned experiment in remote working. If you told me, I was still at the National Cybersecurity Centre when the pandemic hit, if you told me, giving all the preaching we did about risk management, that we're going to move the whole country to remote working in a few days with no plan, I'd have thought that the security consequences would have been much worse than they were. Telecoms is not just part of critical infrastructure, it is an integral part of this digital environment, which is now so crucial to our lives. So this is a really important theme, and it's in that context that Patrick asked me to talk about threat intelligence sharing in telecoms. But when I thought about this, I had two competing emotions. So the first, and this is all garnered mostly from my experience in government, the first was actually about intelligence sharing and information sharing. And I remember it was one of the reasons why the National Cybersecurity Centre was set up, that in the middle of the last decade, governments around the world, I like to think that the UK had a thought leadership role in this, started to really think through what was and wasn't working in cybersecurity. And mostly from a government policy perspective, we were talking about what wasn't working. And we look back at strategies, and you look back, I was once present at a brilliant presentation on the history of US cybersecurity strategies in the 21st century, and all four of them in the first two presidencies of the century, Bush the Younger and President Obama. All four strategies had two themes. One was public-private partnership, and the other was information sharing. And the UK sort of copied this. And when it came to information sharing, after about sort of 5 years of the 2010 strategy, there was this sense that we just massively underachieved, that there was a lot of effort, but it wasn't showing the returns. And the government's message was, well, then you should try harder. We would lecture the private sector and try harder, without actually really analyzing the causes of why information sharing and threat intelligence sharing wasn't working as well as it might. And in fact, there are some, and you'll see this, I'm sure, when you look at commentary, expertise, social media commentary on cybersecurity and InfoSec, you'll see people referring to it as the hopes and prayers of the cybersecurity community. So there's a bit of sort of thoughtful ambivalence on my part about this topic. But then on the other side, there is this driving conviction that I've got that so much of the solutions have to come from the private sector to the structural problems in the cyber environment. And therefore, cooperation and collaboration on the major threats is absolutely critical to that. So how do we move threat intelligence sharing and wider information sharing from being sometimes no more than thoughts and prayers into the examples of excellence that we see? And I'm thinking about this further, and Patrick asked me to talk about, what works well in the telecom sector and what works less well. And he was talking specifically about the context of information sharing and threat intelligence sharing. But I think you can't answer that question without looking broadly at this crucial sector in telecoms and what works well and what works less well. So I'm going to go through what I think is good in telecoms, particularly in the UK. Both broadly and then specifically about threat intelligence sharing, and what is less good. So broadly across Western democracies, but I think that's a particularly unique advantage of the UK, the actual relationships and level of security responsibility amongst the telecoms community and industry is excellent. Many countries I know from a government perspective really envy it. So you talk about 5G, for example, you talk about the move to 5G infrastructure, you talk about resilience, you talk about sharing information on the major threat actors, and you can call up a group of people who are trusted, mutually cooperative and reasonably open, and they come to discussions, they come to meetings, they use information, they tell you things, you tell them things. And that is it's a really big intangible asset in a national cybersecurity context. Even occasionally at chief executive level, a bunch of very serious, responsible people who have the national interest as well as their own corporate interests at heart will come together and talk about it. I think that's hugely valuable. Beneath that, I think there are two quite specific things around threat intelligence sharing. One is that collaborative dynamic with government is reflected when they talk to each other. What was really interesting when I was at the NCSE, where you could take a view across sectors about who was cooperating and sharing information quite openly and who wasn't. And telecoms was one of the best. Interestingly, I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. If it was a physical event, I'd say guess what the least cooperative was. The most difficult set of sector of what you might call critical functions in our national life that I found hardest to get to openly talk about threats and talk about collaborating against threats were the political parties when we were doing electoral protection, where they all wanted to talk to you individually, but find it much harder to talk to their colleagues. And that problem was much less marked from my perspective in telecoms. And those relationship issues, both with government and with each other, are really good things to hang on to. The second specifically good thing is that I think the threat intelligence industry has just come on so much since 2013, 2014, when I started at GCHQ. And telecom companies know how to use it better than many others because of the nature of the work that they do. So what's less good? Well, actually, from a security point of view, I'm not having a go at the industry here, because actually, insofar as it's anyone's fault, it's mostly governments, plural. The business model is broken from a security point of view. For 2 decades, arguably more, we have regulated on things like consumer price, and certainly during EU membership on things like making sure there are no roaming charges and so forth. We haven't priced in security. Frankly, and this is a direct quote from one of the chief executives of one of those meetings, as cyber threats became more and more serious, and as telecoms infrastructure became more and more strategically important, as we moved to things like 5G, we reached the limits of, and he chose these words carefully, the era of you asking us nicely. Government had many years and decades of experience in asking the telecoms industry to take security more seriously, but the only lever was asking nicely. I'll come on to the plans. To change that. But because of that, I think in terms of intelligence sharing, if you think of Tyler's excellent presentation, there are a lot of things there that are absolutely brilliant, but many of them will not be particularly cheap. And what is the commercial incentive for you to act on them? And again, part of that, and a very specific point, and the experts here, the practitioners may disagree, but certainly what I heard time and again, particularly in telecoms, was that the absence of sort of common language with which to digest information between organizations meant that the efficacy of threat intelligence sharing was more limited than it might be. And you take that sort of big picture structural absence of security combined with some of those specific limitations of the use of threat intelligence, and you get into some pretty weird and damaging situations, such as the one exposed publicly by the NCSC in 2017 and 2018 and later attributed to the Russian state, where you have attacks on home routers ending up with espionage on the management plane of major critically important companies in the UK. So this matters. There's a good diagnosis of the problem. There's a good community to build on it. So what is needed? I think there are probably 3 things in ascending order of, and they're cumulative, but they're in ascending order of perhaps difficulty and buy-in. One is there is a sort of technological and investment side to this in terms of threat intelligence sharing. We do need to look at the bits, and they are bits because there's so much good stuff out there. There are bits that aren't working quite well, bits of coverage that aren't quite right, but then the mutual compatibility, it's not as good, for example, as some of the shared infrastructure of Wall Street, which can detect threat intelligence much more effectively in a way that is commonly understood by all the major institutions. Of course, being Wall Street, they put a lot of money into it, so I'm not underestimating excuse me, the extent of the challenge here. But in order to get that better technological set of solutions and the necessary investment and momentum behind it, it has to be incentivized. Now, as I say, the security model and culture of telecoms lends itself well to it, but sometimes perhaps the market structures don't. So I mentioned the fact that the era of asking nicely was coming to an end. That's what the telecoms industry told the government back in 2018. The Telecom Security Bill in front of Parliament at the moment is, in my view, absolutely critical to baking in security into the business model of organizations, making sure there's a level playing field so that one company says, well, I will put X 100 million into upgrading not just threat intelligence, but the resilience of the organization and so forth, that's to conform to standards that others have to meet as well. And actually, moving beyond that there's a way of selling security and making it a differentiator. Now, I think that is underway, and the UK is at the forefront of some pretty good and astute regulation, building on best practice elsewhere, including in the financial services sector and so forth. But to seize it, my final point is about all of us, and it's to go right back to the start, and it's about thinking about cyberspace as an environment, and then pressing for it to be made safer and cleaner. We don't accept unsafe drinking water anymore. We expect safer public transport. We should be pressing for safer hardware and safer software. And when consumers, practitioners, companies demand this, then the necessary action from government tends to follow. So I would encourage you to keep going, implement these changes, make the improvements, but also lift our heads up a bit and look at the bigger picture about what we can do to engineer, build, develop, and sustain a safer digital environment. Thanks for listening to me this afternoon, and enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you very much, Kieran. That was a fantastic bunch of thoughts, an awful lot to chew through, but thank you very much indeed. I'm going to just ask one question, if I may, and that's, without wanting to get involved in, Union Jack waving, I think it is very, very clear, and I've gotten this from many, many people across Europe and elsewhere, the NCSC has done something quite remarkable in terms of bringing cybersecurity expertise out into the business and consumer community. It is recognized as a leader. I don't think it's a particularly controversial thing to suggest that. My question is, when you talked, for example, about 5G and the fact that there is this resource, this body of people that's willing to come out and share with people having challenges and talk openly and sharing information, that model that the NCSC has put in place very successfully, to what extent do you see evidence of other countries moving in a similar direction? Perhaps hard for you to see all sorts of places, but maybe there are some examples where you can see others going in the same direction?
Well, firstly, Patrick, thank you for the kind comments about the NCSC, but genuinely, I think it couldn't have been done without major cooperation from the UK telecoms sector. And it was the first job in my 23 years in government where actually collaboration with the private sector, and particularly this section of it, particularly the telecoms industry, was just a baked-in expectation of the job. So very much a team effort, and grateful to huge numbers of unnameable colleagues across many companies. And I'm encouraged by the direction other countries are going. I think both under the leadership of Chris Krebs and now Jen Easterly, CISA in the US is building a huge sort of positive presence across the United States, which is not an easy thing to do. Some really interesting and imaginative stuff coming out of the Cybersecurity Agency in Singapore. A lot to learn from Canada in terms of securing government networks. And I think that more activist approach, I think 5G and the whole, the controversies around it have had their downsides, but they've also had an upside in just getting governments to think more creatively about it and realizing that they need the consent, acquiescence and cooperation of the telecom sector. So I think more things are moving in that direction, and I am encouraged by it.
Spectacular. Kieran, thank you so much for making us think so hard this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, so we move to the logistically most challenging aspects of a live event now. We're moving to our panel session where we're going to be discussing threat intelligence in the telco business model. We have already touched on it quite a few times in the talks that we've had so far. We have 4 speakers. We have Cathal McDade. Cathal is the CTO of Adaptive Mobile Security. We have Roland Dobbins, who I can see in my feed. Good morning, Roland, or good evening, I think, where you are. Good evening to you.
Indeed.
Roland
Thanks.
is Principal Engineer with NetScout. We have Umair Bukhari. Umair is the head of the Product Security Incident Response Team, or the PSIRT, at Ericsson. And lastly, we have Derek Mankey, who is at the other end of the timescale. Derek is out in early California. Derek is Chief Security Insights and Global Threat Alliances for Fortinet. I'm going to ask you, if you would, Maureen, to go to the one slide, please. Oh, there you go. I should have waited for that slide to show up, but I didn't. Those are our 4 speakers anyway, and they're nice for company logos. I'm going to ask you, Maureen, if you were to go to our next slide. We're going to discuss, we have, I think, 4 primary questions that we've all agreed we want to speak about. We have an order in which people are going to take these questions on. This first one, Roland is going to go first from NetScout. Telcos tend to collaborate well in terms of protecting against DDoS attacks at the peering level. What are the global trends in DDoS attacks, and how can telcos improve the way they leverage threat intel to protect themselves and their customers generally, as well as individual enterprise customers? Roland, what you got for us?
Well, I think I want to qualify that initial statement. We've made a tremendous amount of progress over the last 20 years. We've made an amazing amount of progress over the last 10 years. And we've made a stupendous, almost unbelievable amount of progress over the last 5 years in terms of inter-operator cooperation in mitigating DDoS attacks, which are threats to availability at the peering level. But we still have a ways to go. And one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of this is still very ad hoc. It's built upon relationships. And another thing to keep in mind is that while we do have technologies now that can allow for greater autonomic cooperation and programmatically driven cooperation in some cases, again, it's very ad hoc. And there are some challenges that the industry faces in terms of tracing back spoofed attack traffic that's used to enable these extremely large, terabit class in some cases, reflection amplification attacks. So we've made great progress, and we have some more progress to make jointly. So hopefully that makes sense. Just a little bit of a reality check there. What are the trends in DDoS attacks? Well, there are a number of them, and they change all the time. One thing to keep in mind is that there is always a continuous cycle of attacker innovation that reaches its apogee and then swings back down towards the perigee or the nadir. And then there is defender mitigation, which has similar cycles. And so what we have seen overall throughout the entire history of DDoS attacks, which on the internet that actually goes back to the late 80s, is that the attackers have had it their way in a lot of areas because things are highly asymmetrical in favor of the attackers in terms of the resources that are available. They don't have to buy bandwidth or much of it. They're leveraging other people's computers and IoT devices and servers and so forth to launch attacks. And so what that has meant is that the network operators have had to invest tremendously in terms of CapEx, in terms of OpEx, in terms of the most important asset, which is people. That being said, of the three aspects of security, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, availability is the most important aspect for network operators. And in particular, because we've seen the rise of DDoS for hire infrastructure that allows even relatively unsophisticated attackers to launch high impact attacks and allows the medium sophistication attackers to really do a whole lot of pre-attack reconnaissance, we've moved into an era of what we call adaptive DDoS attacks, where the attackers will do this pre-attack reconnaissance. They will launch the attacks. They will look at what the defenders are doing, and then they will alter their approach accordingly. And so real-time actionable threat intelligence that allows operators to make decisions about whether to forward a given packet or whether to drop a given packet is really key. And there's two.
I'm going to need to ask you to wind up if you would, Ronan, please.
Yeah, sure. And that includes organic homegrown threat intelligence that's derived through instrumentation and telemetry. And then that includes community-driven intelligence from the operational community as a whole.
All right, great. Derek, anything to add to that for Fortinet?
Yeah, so DDoS is all about attack surface. It's all about, it's very different than it was 10 years ago, but it's the same end game and goal that we're seeing, right? Nowadays, like we just released our threat landscape report for first half of 2021, and no surprise, but if you look at the resident culprits that are launching a lot of these attacks, Mirai is the #1 threat we're seeing on the IoT space. In terms of vulnerabilities and attacks, this is what attackers are going after. The top 5 CVEs and vulnerabilities that we're seeing are in the IoT space, things that are sitting in these networks. And when we talk about, so I just want to quickly touch on the action of these. Yes, this is the kill chain model, right? Absolutely. We need to drop packets, look at that data. We need to be able to mitigate and protect customers, right? First and foremost, but there's many other ways that we can actually take action. If I think back to 2008, fighting botnets, right? Conficker, that's an old school threat. Wasn't a DDoS threat, but there's working groups that were formed, right? So to work with the registrars as an example, to actually focus on these threats that are actually the source that a lot of these attacks are emanating from. If we look at a lot of modern IoT botnets now, Mirai included, they're starting to shift their command and control IOC as well. So we're not talking about ripping a C2 server off from the cloud or, from a data center somewhere. We're talking about knocking on residents' doors in, 100,000 different endpoints. And that's a tough problem. So we need to address that before it gets worse. And there's actions that can be done there. That goes down to education, training for it, all the way down to the consumer and end users, early warning systems about attacks that are seeding these, right? Like smishing attacks as an example, being able to identify potentially nefarious activity emanating egress traffic coming from an endpoint. The mitigation piece is always key, but we can't continually defend against an onslaught, right? So I think it's really important to get to the source and, of course, share that information too, right?
All right.
And there's various ways to do that, including MITRE ATT&CK with the,
Awesome. Thank you, Derek. Umair, what would you like to add from an Ericsson perspective?
Very much. What I would like to add, I would just pick a little bit on what Roland said in terms of there is a cycle of innovation, right? So it always goes, the attacker goes first, then comes the defenders. And that's where I think TI serves a very big part, because sometimes you could catch these attackers very early when they're a little bit in the hidden trial phase, right? So it helps. And I think it very well also goes what David earlier said in the morning. Your information is someone's protection. And also on top of that, I think we also need to think about it from this perspective, that disaggregated DDoS or DOS attacks might be something, but these might be indicators towards something brewing, right? A geopolitical event about to happen. And we have seen in the past that it is like this, that these might be indicators towards something bigger that is coming afterwards. So definitely, I think this is one of the areas where threat intel sharing and very active sharing within the community definitely helps everyone.
Cahill, DDoS isn't really where adaptive mobile security plays, but how does it impact you? And what do you think of this question?
Patrick, thanks. I think some of the answers have been very, very good. I think Derek's point, especially on the Mirai botnet, that was one of the first cases where operators really seen the impact of what could potentially happen if there was a large number of IoT devices which potentially compromised and taken over. And as you're asking about the trends, I think one overall global trend is the trend towards 5G. So this will, I think, this will make operators much more, should make them, more concerned, more worried about this, well, because with 5G we expect to see a lot more in the way of IoT type devices. If we're going to see a lot more IoT devices, then the potential for abuse and potential for bad results if you have another botnet like Mirai is considerably larger, because at the moment the number of IoT devices, percentage wise of the total number of SIMs connections, they're certainly not a majority. It depends on operator, being maybe 10-20% the maximum. But if you can get up to like what they do expect in 5G, you might expect a world where the majority of devices connected to the mobile network are actually IoT. So in that particular case, any type of botnet involved in that situation will make a serious impact, not just to that operator itself, but also they could be used to leverage any types of attacks around the world.
Okay, so Roland, I'm going to invite you to have a last comment on this, and I need it to be in 30 seconds or less just to wrap up, please.
The move towards 5G is a tremendous sea change in terms of the availability and throughput available to end customer devices. And so broadband operators are taking note of this. And we really have to move from a model of DDoS mitigation to a model of DDoS suppression. That goes to all the comments that have been made by the other panelists. And real-time threat intelligence that is actionable, sharing within the organization and between the organizations is key to moving to a federated DDoS suppression model.
That is an interesting phrase. Maybe we can get back to that later. Let me ask for the next slide, please, Maureen. And this one is one that Cahill's going to go first on. Is there a role for mobile operators in protecting against smartphone spyware of the kind highlighted by Project Pegasus in July? If so, what's the role of threat intel sharing in that ecosystem? Cahill, this is right up your street, funny enough.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. I wouldn't say it's right up my street. It certainly is the poster child, as we discussed before in the Threat Talks talk about when it comes to spyware. So as probably most people are aware in this summit today, Project Pegasus is an ongoing. Pegasus is the name of the spyware software, which is allegedly, and use air comments there, being used by NSO Group. And there was a lot of information which released on it in July by a lot of journalists, and excellent information. As we discussed at the time, the one, from my perspective, the glaring entity that was missing in all those discussions was the mobile operators. And there was a lot of discussion about the actual company doing it itself, NSO Group, a lot of discussion about the victims. There was discussion as well about what the likes of Apple and Google could do to fix their OS systems. But the whole thing in between was like, it was like a desert, like nobody even mentioned it. And that was very strange from my perspective, particularly because a lot of these companies, a lot of these surveillance companies, mobile operators would actually track their activity. Now, we understand in Project Pegasus, some of these attacks may be sent by encrypted communications, might be sent over in the Apple case, you know, through potential exploits that they potentially had in iMessage. But on the other side, you know, the operators are aware of these spyware users. I mean, from our own company's perspective, we see a lot of these companies active on other protocols. We see them active on the Signal interface. We see them active using SS7, surveillance types of attacks, and 2G, 3G, and 4G. So there's a lot of other information which could have been collaborated and used there. And as well as that, as part of, it was somewhat confusing at the time, but some of the journalists reported that the NSO Group or the users of Project Pegasus potentially may be using this function called HLR lookup. Now, this is something that operators actively try to prevent if it's not allowed, and prevent and block and then do research on. So again, there was a lot of collaborative information which they could have used, which they could have taken this information in and actually then taken this information and collaborated what they had at the moment to try to come up with methods to try to make these attacks less possible, to make these types of, put in place better types of security. So when it comes to threat intelligence sharing, Project Pegasus, it was a kind of a, when the releases came out, it was an excellent research, but it was really heavy, possibly more in its focus on who was being affected as opposed to actually technical information, what was being shared. And I understand that sometimes you can't share everything with certain amounts of sensitivity, but there are places then which you can share it, possibly not in public, but possibly it could have been shared more information within the operator group, because I think I would be quite confident, in fact, that if this had been shared, then the correlations could have been found with known threat actors that mobile operators are already aware of.
Well, that's a really interesting start to this. I mean, long story short, if the operator community got its sharing act together, we could actually do better here fairly clearly.
I would not.
You wouldn't use those words, but I can.
Not necessarily mobile operator community. There are groups, but I think in this situation, it probably didn't even occur to the people doing the research to share with mobile operators, and that's something bad from. Yes.
And
that's probably bad from our side, that we're not.
Yeah,
we weren't the first port to call to go to, but it certainly does show a lacking along the system.
That's a really interesting point. Omer, is there an Ericsson perspective on this that is complementary or different?
No, I think it's quite complementary in the way that, you know, being one of the leading telecom equipment vendors, like our view always is at the security, that look at it from the user's perspective, right? Like always take the user's perspective on security. From their perspective, it doesn't matter if they are being hacked or whatsoever, it doesn't matter where in the layer it is. And it goes back to the trust stack. We need to have secure and trusted hardware and software on which trusted networks could be built, on which trusted operations could be done. So the services towards the users could be trusted. And TI sharing within this stack, I think it really helps improve the security and the attack surface at all layers. So it is a trickle down effect. And I think wherever operators can definitely play a very, very good part in these sort of things, as the Project Pegasus, where they could contribute to reduce the attack surface and also figure out the attacks in good time.
Derek, what about you guys?
Yeah, so my take on this is we can learn from history, Patrick. And I'm talking about W32 Windows-based threats that we saw in the past. And this is that attacker-defender cycle that was accurately described before. I completely agree with that. You know, if we look 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right, when we saw switch from Symbian as an example over to Android and some other OSs in terms of remote access Trojans and other threats that we're seeing on those, they had a heyday, right? I mean, it was good enough to put an Angry Birds picture up on an app and throw it on an app store and say, hey, get this update, right? And it worked. Nowadays, it's a lot harder. And this is the natural attacker and defender cycle. So as more barriers are put up, we're seeing more obfuscation attempts from the attackers. And we're actually we've created real-time heat maps. So we're actually able to get real-time TTP data coming in for mobile threats, as an example. Not surprisingly, the #1 tactic that we're seeing is defense evasion. Because of that attacker-defender cycle, right? They're trying to do all clever sorts of things, heavy obfuscation, polymorphic viruses as an example, and it goes up through the whole kill chain, right? And mobile operators absolutely have a key part of this. Of course, they're the upstreams to a lot of these threats. All the things I talked about earlier, being able to map those, as an example, with MITRE ATT&CK mobile matrices for all things that are directly impacting those mobile threats, tagged threat actors. That is, it's not just about here's a mobile virus and a hash, an APK file as an example. It's much more than that. It's absolutely relevant. This can all be mapped out today. That needs to be shared. The kill chain data, as an example. We've shown success with this, Patrick, at the Cyber Threat Alliance, as an example. We've implemented this already in the Magellan platform. I believe Mike will be speaking later today on that too. So there's hope, but I think we can learn from lessons.
Awesome. Roland, the next scout view.
Every device that's made these days, every kind of computing device is going to pretty much be on a network, and a huge proportion of those networks are mobile networks. And so there's a real need for even more cooperation between vendors and mobile operators, and not just vendors of mobile devices, but vendors of all types of devices and operating systems and even application software, because at the end of the day, the sensorium that the mobile operators have is extraordinarily broad, and the feedback that they get from the customers, the behaviors that they can observe, they need answers to questions. And I think that every single vendor in the space making hardware and software, they need to find out how they can collaborate with the mobile operators that their devices and their applications and services are almost assuredly going to be running on.
Very good. Okay, a wrap up in 30 seconds or less, Cathal, if you would.
Yeah. Thanks, Patrick. And just this is a very good question. Thanks for the other accommodators. I mean, one particular thing to keep in mind is, this is not your grandfather's or your father's malware. This is Pegasus, the company itself. This is like a really sophisticated company, very, very highly funded. So every bit we can do, information that we can share that it can help detection this, it all adds up, because there's not one thing or one particular company could do to do it. But anything we can do, it will actually help us, because this will then also have a trickle-down effect, be much better able to deal with other types of threats.
Right. Okay, Maureen, next slide, please. So the question we're going to ask here, and Derek from Fortinet is going to go first. How in 2021 do telco security practitioners extract maximum value from threat intel? What value does the MITRE ATT&CK framework offer for the telecom sector? It's been mentioned a couple of times. Does the telecom sector need a dedicated, customized attack-like framework to be built out? And if so, how do we go about doing that? But that's probably a 2-day seminar, but I guess we have a few minutes. Derek, what's your opening thoughts?
Yeah, it's like asking me about machine learning and AI, right? So I want to break this down into three segments, as when we talk about actionable threat intel, and I'll keep it brief, Patrick. So first of all, I'm a big fan, as you'll probably be able to tell, of MITRE ATT&CK. So I absolutely believe there's value here when it comes to the telecom sector. I'll explain why. First of all, when we talk MITRE ATT&CK, the advantage of this is to be able to build what I call high-resolution threat intelligence. So it's not the basic IOCs, again, IP addresses, domain names, hashes. This is much more in depth. We've seen that with the enterprise model. It exists for mobile. It exists for ICS. Even in enterprise, we're seeing it for Windows, Linux-based threats, which, by the way, are very, very much on the rise with the IoT space nowadays, because those are relevant attack surfaces. If we look at Telco and 5G, that is an absolutely, I wouldn't even say up and coming. It's a clear and present danger when it comes to attack surface. So and if you think about the attacks that are described, there's differences, of course, right? We're talking about SS7 attacks, smishing, spoofing addresses, SIM-based spoofing and SIM cloning, all those sorts of things, right? So those, we need to be able to map that, and that's where that framework sits. So I think there's value with that. After we have something, we could even still start with the matrices we have today. Ideally, we have something for telco. Then it's all about data sharing, right? How do we take that data, share that in with the likes of platforms, right? So that other people can actually understand it and then make it. Oops, sorry. This is a classic threat intelligence problem, right? So how can we actually share that information, but then understand the value and take action? And this is where the telco operator, to my earlier points, right, being able to create the early warning systems, send out notices to end users. Finally, there's more than just sharing intelligence on here. Well, there's more than just mitigation from action, like I was saying. There's things like integration into playbooks, right? Red team, blue team playbooks, as we understand this in a matrix as an example for telco and 5G. How do you first understand the red team, their offense, then start to bake that into like security operation plans from a mobile operator in a SOC, right? MSSP is a great place for that. Be able to put, updated blue team playbooks based off of that intelligence that's happening, and to create feedback loops. That's really important, right? It's one thing to be able to have a framework, but how do you get visibility on that, right? So I'm talking about telemetry, the heat maps, these sorts of things I talked about before.
Okay, Cahill, I happen to know that you guys have had a little bit of a think about this. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yes, well, as one of my colleagues, Silke, was discussing me earlier, we need a common language, but people come possibly from an IT background. There was much chance, probably a better chance they could speak Klingon as they could potentially SS7 in diameter.
Right.
So the whole idea of a framework is a common language to share actually threats. So not to give away the whole thing, but my presentation later on will be talking about how we could build a framework for the whole telecom sector.
Okay.
So
okay. So we're not going to open the champagne on that one just yet. That's still to come. Roland, what's NetScout's thoughts on the attack framework? I guess primarily, not exclusively, but perhaps primarily from a DDoS prevention perspective.
Well, MITRE ATT&CK and some of the other frameworks have a lot of value. However, it's important to understand that they are very heavily weighted towards confidentiality and integrity. And availability is actually the single most important aspect of security for any telco network operator, because without availability, they don't have a business. And so I believe that a customized attack-like framework that includes a very strong availability component that is weighted equally with confidentiality and integrity would ultimately be a real boon to the industry.
That is really, really interesting. Umair, what have you guys been up to in terms of the MITRE ATT&CK framework and thinking of its relevance to Telecom?
Yeah, so pretty similar ideas. I think I would like to think about it as a spectrum, right? On one end, as already said, there is the telecom side, which is kind of missing from take MITRE ATT&CK or any other similar framework that is in existence. They're very much focused towards the enterprise. So the very specific telecom attacks are missing from there, right? So this is what we want to get in there. It is in everyone's advantage to be able to map those. What choices are there? Either you try to come with some sort of ways of working that you could map all those telecom attacks in the existing matrices that exist, or then you add them on there. And this is where the spectrum then starts, right? Because you do not want to go so far away from the existing things that you build you kind of reinvent the wheel, and the wheel is basically within your own telecom domain, which is not like a common language that could be shared with other industries. So I think that's where the balance kind of lies. We need to include telecom on there, but at the same time we need to stay close enough that we are sharing the same boundaries with all the threat intel that is going around, because that's a good part. Where will we land? I think this still remains to be seen a little bit. And like the most important thing I think here is, first of all, we as a community need to start sharing. That's where the hidden trial comes in. So we could start seeing, okay, this is the benefit of this approach, and that's the benefit of that approach. And then I would hopefully say that land at something which is both beneficial, but also useful and familiar.
Well, I think we actually had a half a dozen folks from MITRE actually register for the event. I don't know how many are actually listening live right now, but a lot of interest from those guys in this event, and quite possibly this particular session. Let me ask you, Derek, to wrap up, if you would, in 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, well, considering that, I think this will resonate well. I think there's some good news here. We're actually a research sponsor with MITRE Ingenuity, the Center for Threat Informed Defense. It's a big R&D hub, so we're funding some projects. One of them is helping to fund some projects. One of them is sightings ecosystem, which is what I was talking about earlier, real-time TTP data that we can build and share. So again, if we had something for telco or mobile that actually shows data like that's relevant, we can actually share that in real time, create those. So this is an actual framework that's being built up for that, an ecosystem. The other is attack flow. This one's really interesting, right? So this is looking at statistical modeling of how threats are moving throughout that framework from left to right. What's this? How are they doing? Left to right movement basically throughout the various tactics. How are those techniques changed? And again, this allows us to, in the future, get to machine learning, predictive modeling, all that sort of stuff. So the good news is cool projects being worked on, but it absolutely would tie into a matrix like for telco.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to ask Maureen to take us to our final slide for this session, if you would. Thank you very much indeed. And for this one, Umair is going to go first. So with the prospect of vertical industries investing in dedicated 5G networks, whether they're private networks or virtual private slices, what is the best approach to applying customized threat intel to those use cases? Do you influence existing threat sharing groups in industry to take account of the 5G domain? Or do you establish dedicated 5G specific threat sharing groups per industry vertical? Umair, where does Ericsson stand on this one?
Yeah, very interesting question, isn't it? So if we just look at it, telecom industry has always been an industry that's kind of based on trust, right? And now, if we think about 5G and we start thinking about private networks, we are in a very interesting situation here, or I would say in a privileged situation also, where we have the advantage of being able to work with such a vast variety of industries going forward. Now, if at the same time, if we think about threat intelligence as a concept, in some industries, that's a very established concept. There are established ways of working, things are flowing. In many other industries, this is just coming up. This is a very new thing. So I think there is no silver bullet here. I think the common advantage, the thing that we want to achieve is, in my opinion, sharing needs to start. And there, I think the industries that are already established, we need to start pinging into the existing structures so that the integration happens faster. But the industries where this is a relatively new thing, there we need to start bringing in our expertise to help build those structures from bottom up. And here, I think, again, the need for the trusted groups do remain, because I think we come back to the same point. With telecom, our challenge is always that this is part of the critical infrastructures and whatsoever. If you open the threat intel way too much, it also starts benefiting the threat actors way too much, then it is providing the benefit. So I think that's where we kind of need to start, but then we need to start moving in the direction what we have already discussed upon, that we have common language and we have common frameworks where we could understand each other and we could start sharing information, not just within telecom, but with different industries, so that we could understand each other.
Let me just ask you to clarify that. So there's a binary proposition put to you in the question 4. It's is it X or is it Y? From your response, am I getting the sense that you maybe don't think that's necessarily the right way to look at it? You kind of have to go with both, maybe?
I would say so, at least to start with. We will need to start looking at both. It will not be one or the other approach here.
But does that not imply dilution of effort, dilution, replication, duplication of effort and resource here and there?
No, as I said, the industries where things are more mature, you could start using those mature structures already. And those structures, then you can start shifting to the industries where the things are just starting up, right? So it's not a duplication. It's actually hidden trial in one place, not reinventing the wheel, bringing that to the other industry.
Yeah, understood. Derek, I know Fortinet's all over 5G security. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I agree on the maturity of the information sharing. That's one thing. In terms of capabilities, that's matured, right? We're talking about data lakes. We got to be able to make sure that we build that data lake and not dams. So the classic silo problem, right? There's a lot of goodwill out there, but a lot of the times, if we're sticking to a dedicated sharing group like the ISAC model, those are great and they can be led, tagged to a particular vertical. But that information is actually useful cross industry, cross vertical as well too. So we just got to avoid that, right? I think we can use a lot of the existing platforms that have been built today, because we're talking about a lot of data when we start talking about 5G threats, obviously. And this is like the ISAC versus ISAL model as well, right? Personally, I'm a fan of the latter, right? If you have you have special interest groups, working groups led by telco, led by mobile operators who are experts in their domain, but they're also able to do crosstalk, if you will, to other, and that does. If we can get there, of course. And in reality, to be fair, to Umair's point, we see this right now. There's ISACs and there's things like ISALs or even Cyber Threat Alliance, and there's crosstalk between those. So it becomes an exercise of marrying those in the future, right?
Okay. Cathal, what's adaptive mobiles do?
Yeah, it's always good to have some disagreements. So, of these two options, I would definitely take the first option. And the reason I will be saying that is because when it comes down to technologies, attackers, they don't necessarily silo themselves into saying, I'm only a 4G or I'm only a 3G type attacker, or I'm only a private network type attacker. Like, let's take, for example, surveillance companies. They'll use every technology they can get their hands on to try to track the location of people. Doesn't matter if it's 3G, 4G, or 5G, or SMS, or any other type of method. So from that perspective, sharing information on threats, you want to do that within the current industry groups. Now, of course, there will be some who are specific per technology or specific per 5G networks. But I think in general, we have a lot of organizations already, and it's, until you can see that there's a definite need and we're talking about specific threats, I will be trying to encourage the reuse of existing groups where they're useful and where they're present to share information in this domain.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll just follow up with that, because if the issue with that is that if you've got a limited resource of 5G security specialists across all of your companies and others, and you kind of try and you send them off and diffuse them across multiple groups, there's a certain advantage to centralizing that and trying to get all the different industries to come to you. But you're more about the diffusion, Cathal. You think, you get it.
I'm more about a single group, actually. Listen, if there's existing threat sharing groups, I would try to reuse what's already there at the moment, as opposed to establishing new 5G specific threat groups for industry verticals. Like, for example, we could create our own, the industry could create our own group for IoT 5G private networks for airports. But, that's somewhat niche.
I see what you mean.
Same people are spread out amongst multiple groups.
I see. Okay. Roland, NetScout's perspective, if you would.
Both. We need both. And we need to understand that 5G is so transformational because it is going to eat the LAN. It's going to eat the WAN. 5G also includes IPv6. IPv6, there's a number of implications that a lot of organizations I don't think necessarily understand. So you have to have that domain-specific expertise where domain-specific peers are working with domain-specific peers, but then you also have to have the more open model and the broader model as well. So we have to have both, and we have to realize that 5G is really going to eat the world in terms of networking, and we have to be prepared to scale out and to also focus where we need to focus on sharing threat intelligence and collaboration.
That's interesting. Umair, let me invite you to wind up in 30 seconds on this one, if you would, from what you've heard.
Yes, so I would like to leave you with the idea that I think, in my opinion, what we need to do is to avoid the silos, be it within the industries or within the telecom itself, right? Because as said, 5G is going to flow across domains, and we just need to make sure that we are able to create value in those industries and create value as the telecom threat intel sharing community also. Bring in our expert opinion in both the places.
Okay, let me go to some of our questions now. And this first question came in during the first discussion, if you recall, which was around DDoS and around collaboration and sharing. And someone from Semantic Broadcom is mentioning here that Oasis started Cacao, a collaborative automated course of action operations group. This is out of the Oasis group. Wouldn't this be a good model of collaboration on attack response? They have a reasonable model for human and machine readable playbooks, an area where players like telcos would not compete on the contrary. Oasis, maybe this is a little bit left field for one or two of you, I don't know, but Cacao out of Oasis, is that a useful collaboration tool? Does anybody, rather than asking each person, let me ask anyone if they have a view on it. Cacao.
It's interesting. It's potentially applicable. There's a lot of work that's going on in terms of collaboration, both in terms of groups and in real-time threat intel sharing, as well as the technology. So potentially, yes, it's an interesting model to take a look at. But it's very, very important that all the aspects involved, not just the technology, but the operational model and how the cooperation is going to be effectuated, and the efficacy of that cooperation measured has to be taken into account.
And
Derek, you look like you're all set to say something. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Very observant. So yeah, this is I like to look at all of these, right? And these are all good efforts, right? It's about adoption, how it can be adopted. And reality set is when we talk. So first of all, automation is key with this, right? And this is the last mile problem, right? Information overload. How do we take that, automate a lot of that into the playbooks as an example? So yes, it's very important. Absolutely. In reality, if we look at how we share this information, we're using various, in any information exchange, we're using MISP, we're using sticks and taxis, 6v1, 6v2, we're using JSON APIs, right, and RESTful, all this stuff. And so that's the key, right? How this can integrate with all those things, SOARs included with that. So yeah, interoperability and adoptability of this, I think, is really important. But the automated collaboration and course of action, that part of it is a very key component, because without that, there's a lot of loose ends.
Very good. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on these issues. A terrific panel. We are exactly on time. We are not even 30 seconds behind. We are bang on time. Thank you so much for your thoughts. We are now going to take a break, everybody. So we invite you to take a biology break, as it's called, get a cup of tea or coffee or something stronger, depending on how you're feeling. And we will be right back in 20 minutes with Michael Daniel, the president of the Cyber Threat Alliance, who will build on some of these themes, I'm sure. Thanks very much. See you in 20 minutes. Okay, so welcome back. I hope you can all hear me. I think you can. We are back after a phenomenal, really, really good session, I thought, in the first half. My brain's still fizzing with all the various thoughts that came across. I'm now getting ready. We are all slided up to invite our next speaker to speak, and he is going to be Michael Daniel. Michael is the president and CEO of the Cyber Threat Alliance. He's talking today on how Telco, the trifecta, how Telco Threat Alliance sharing, intelligence sharing can improve security, privacy, and safety. Michael, a very big warm welcome to you. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Patrick. Thank you for having me today. So as you said, I'm going to talk a little bit about how intelligence sharing can actually undergird all three of these concepts: security, safety, and privacy. In many cases, particularly I think between security and privacy, they're often seen as being at odds, and that's not really correct. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. So you really have three legs of digital protection, if you think about it. And I'll just go ahead and let the slide build all the way through. But in many ways, you see security and privacy as two legs of the stool that are often talked about. But in fact, there's actually a third leg, which is safety, particularly in an era when you have connected devices, connected utilities, connected operations, machinery. It actually becomes, medical devices. Safety becomes a consideration as well. And the truth is that all three of these can actually either mutually reinforce each other. So you can have privacy policies that support security and safety, or you could have security policies that you could have safety policies that actually undermine privacy and security. So you need to actually be thinking about all three of these types of concerns in digital protection because they are inextricably linked. You cannot get away with thinking about just one leg of this stool. So you really have to be thinking about all three aspects: security, safety, and privacy. So let's go on and talk about a couple of the other items. So go to the next slide, please. So there are some implications of this digital protection triad. One is, as I was just talking about, you have to consider all three aspects in your sharing activities. Threat intelligence sharing can and should support privacy, security, and safety all at the same time. And you have to manage the risk across all three of those areas simultaneously. And if you try to only optimize security or only optimize privacy or only optimize safety, it just won't work. You'll end up undermining the others and sort of, actually undermining the very thing that you're trying to optimize for if you're only optimizing one of them. And the other thing is you have to use cross-discipline approaches to reducing risk. And in fact, the most effective action might be a privacy or safety enhancement. And a good example of that, to be concrete, is if you have good privacy policies that talk about how you do data management, and that, for example, that you actually get rid of data after a certain period of time, and you properly dispose of it. That's actually good from a cybersecurity standpoint, because the data that you don't have, I, as a cybersecurity professional, don't have to protect. And so that's an example of how a privacy policy requiring periodic reviews of data holdings and disposing of data that you no longer need or use, that's no longer needed for a business purpose, actually reinforces cybersecurity. And that might be the most cost-effective way to actually deal with that data is through disposal. So you really have to think about those cross-discipline approaches to managing your digital protection risk. So if we go on to the next slide, please. There's a few things about information sharing that I would say are typical faulty assumptions. And so what I'm going to talk about for much of the rest of this discussion is really about how our faulty assumptions underlying information sharing make it difficult to use information sharing to do those three things that I just talked about: to protect security, to protect privacy, to enhance safety, and what you can actually do about that to improve your information sharing ability to protect and deal with all three of those areas. The first faulty assumption is that cyber threat information is equal to technical data. And that is just simply not true. That's how we typically talk about information sharing and talk about, and so when somebody says information sharing in cybersecurity, that's usually what they mean. They mean sharing very technical cyber threat information. So indicators of compromise, TTPs, things that are very technical in nature. But the truth is there's a lot of other information that is equally as useful. Targeted warnings, that we have information that your organization has been targeted or compromised. Ransom information about digital wallets, that's useful for law enforcement. Strategic trends, what's happening, what are the bad guys targeting? What are the best mitigations for different kinds of threats? All of those are cyber threat intelligence and are useful, but they're not technical. So cyber threat information consists of far more than technical data. The second faulty assumption is that all organizations should try to share that technical data. And that's just simply, again, not true. The vast majority of organizations cannot produce or consume that technical data. The Cyber Threat Alliance, we specialize in sharing highly technical threat information at speed, at scale. I could give 99.9% of the companies in the United States access to my platform, and most of them would have no idea what to do with the data. They wouldn't be able to consume it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it. So we really need to move away from this idea that everybody's going to be involved in the technical sharing process. That's actually going to be restricted to a fairly small set of companies. And what they should be sharing, though, is something completely different. And then the last faulty assumption, for those that are American baseball fans, I refer to this as the opposite of the field of dreams. There's this idea that sharing should be easy, particularly once the connections are made. So the way that I say it is, if you connect it, it won't necessarily be shared. Simply connecting the pipes is insufficient. It turns out that actually information sharing, cyber threat intelligence sharing is actually really hard. So with that, let's go on to the next slide. So as I was mentioning, there are various types of cyber threat information. One of the, and you can see it laid out according to 4 different levels of how we can think about that information. There is that technical level over on the left. Then you have the tactical level, the operational level, and then the strategic level. And so you can see that there are actually 12 different kinds of threat intelligence that certainly we work with here at CTA, although like I said, we tend to specialize in that left column of technical intelligence. We also work with all of these different kinds of intelligence. And the implication of this is that we need to actually get much more focused, much more deliberative about how we talk about cyber threat information, so that we are actually talking about specifically what kind of information we want to be sharing and what's the purpose that serves. Sharing defensive measures and attribution is very different than sharing indicators and sightings. And so we really need to think about that much more intentionally and be much more deliberative about how we talk about cyber threat information. So go on to the next slide. So what should drive sharing? And just go ahead and let this one all build. I think that the key driver that we should really be using is utility. Most organizations, as I said, right, are faulty assumption. Most that everybody can use that technical CTI. Since they can't, if most organizations cannot produce or consume that technical CTI, it's because they lack the ability to capture it or act on that information. Of those 12 types of information that I was just talking about, most of them are irrelevant for most organizations, most of the time. And so what you often get is if they're trying to engage in technical CTI sharing, not only do they have difficulty dealing with it, it's actually irrelevant for them. So relevance to the organization's business decisions, that's the key. So is it actually useful to them in making a decision? What choices do they actually need to make? What decisions in cybersecurity do those organizations actually have to make on a regular basis? And most organizations only make a few cybersecurity decisions to change something in their network, to implement a new security tool, to change a business practice. And so therefore, they only need the information they only should collect and try to consume the information they need to affect those decisions. So the vast majority of organizations are not going to be trading in cyber threat intelligence on a day in and day out basis because it's not actually useful to them. There's a set of organizations, including telcos, for which that is relevant. And they have those technical sharing capabilities, but even then it should be clearly linked to the decisions that you're trying to make. If we go on to the next slide. The last thing I'll talk about is information sharing requires investment. Many information sharing initiatives get started and then they just fade away. And as I said, connecting the pipes does not guarantee success. Instead, you actually have to think about information sharing not as a single transaction or even a series of transactions, but rather as developing a long-term relationship that has 4 elements. And it really comes down to trust, building that trust that the recipients of the information that you share are going to use the information in the way that you expect and that you want, that it requires money that you invest to maintain those relationships, either by investing in the technology, investing in updating the protocols, updating the databases, whatever it takes. It requires time because somebody has to be actually engaged in that process, and it is not simply something that you occasionally put time on. And then lastly, you have to put attention to it, and attention has to be paid to information sharing at all levels of an organization. So you really have to be thinking about this in terms of a long-term relationship, that it is a long-term investment that you will get a return on, but that it takes that long-term investment to make. So we can go on to the next slide. So this is really the set of assumptions, and I will mostly just leave you with these. So just go ahead and scroll through all of these. I would say that if you sum all of this up, right, few organizations are going to share all those different types of CTI. Information sharing outputs can and should incorporate more than one type of that CTI. Number 3 is actually one that's counterintuitive. Reducing the number of organizations expected to share technical data would improve the efficiency and utility of many sharing programs. And focusing on that risk and comparative advantage would reduce the burden of those that are participating, and it would reduce the risk while increasing value. And then the last point is that, again, I'll just hammer away at that. Effective cyber threat sharing requires planning and long-term investment and that sustained commitment. Otherwise, it just simply won't work. And that's been CTA's experience over the last almost 5 years as a formal sharing organization. So Patrick, those were the points that I wanted to make for your audience today, and I hope that it was useful and relevant to your attendees.
Terrific, Michael. Yeah, I mean, excellent perspectives for the audience. Let me ask you one sort of sector-specific question, if I may. The great advantage of having you here is that you have a perspective across the financial sector, the manufacturing sector, the telecom sector, and others. What would be your appraisal of the telecom sector in terms of its effectiveness as a sector in sharing threat intel with peers? Are we kind of okay? Are we behind the curve? Are we awesome? Are we dreadful? Where would you place the telecom sector?
I'd say that the telecom sector actually does a relatively good job at sharing amongst itself. The challenge that it runs into is then how does it actually take that intelligence and share it cross-sector in a way that is actually useful? And the telecom sector actually has a big challenge because of the regulatory environment that it operates in and the need to protect privacy. It has some particular information sharing challenges that some other industries don't come to the table with. And so figuring out how to work through and share that information in a way that takes out the customer information but still provides something relevant. That's a really tall order. And really so if I had 2 places that I would say that the telecom industry should be looking towards, it's how does it share more effectively outside of the telecom vertical, right, to support the other industries. And as we move towards an environment where there's much more mesh networks and not all the traffic is going to be going through ISPs and there's going to be even more peer-to-peer traffic, what are the implications for how telecoms manage their cybersecurity? I think that's going to be an a really interesting challenge.
If I may, let me just follow up and just get a little more clarity on the first point there, because listening to you say that the telecom sector has some challenges with sharing with other sectors, some folks, some telcos would interpret that in the following way. They would say, hang on a minute, we offer a bunch of premium cybersecurity services that we sell to a bunch of different enterprise customers. That's informed by threat intelligence. We think we do it quite well. What are you talking about, Michael? We actually share our intel and apply it pretty well for a whole bunch of our customers from different enterprises.
And that's true for their customers. But
right.
One of the other things that is certainly a truism is that no matter how large you are, you do not have the perspective, all the different perspectives that are useful to you in protecting your customers. Right. And that to the extent that you can also get information from, pure play cybersecurity vendors, to use that to reinforce what they are seeing, that then makes your products and services more effective. Can you share, with organizations like CTA, ISACs, and other things to, raise the level of cybersecurity across the entire digital ecosystem? But my contention is that actually in that kind of environment, particularly where you're seeing an increase in diversity of devices, increasing diversity of connections, the sharing even outside of your vertical, all it does is actually make you more competitive, makes your products and services better. And it doesn't actually, in fact, undermine the services or products that you offer to your customers. It enhances them. And it makes them more likely, it makes your customers more likely to say, yes, I can actually go ahead and use that service because it actually connects to so many other services.
Right. Michael, that has been a spectacular session. Thanks so much for your contribution. It's been great having you. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have none other than Cathal McDade, who participated in one of our earlier panel session. Cathal, in case you don't recall, is the Chief Technology Officer of Adaptive Mobile Security, speaking here on what we can learn from IT security to improve telecom security. Cathal, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Patrick, and thanks again for letting me to speak. So I think one thing we've taken from all the great presentations that we've seen today has been the need for us to share information better. When I mean us in the telecom security area. And what I'm doing here in my presentation is what I hope to impart to you is one way we think, and we hope the industry will also support us in this way, a way that we could learn from IT security to improve telecom security by a better way of sharing. So when we talk about sharing, what are we exactly sharing? We're sharing information on threats. And I was trying to think of a way of visually explaining what a threat could be, and what are the difficulties when it comes to recognizing a threat and then sharing information about a threat. And if you go to the next slide, what I also found myself doing over the weekend was watching some of this TV show. Some of you might recognize this. It's called Squid Game. I thought this particular image was a good analogy, and I'll actually come back to this image later on, because I'm going to use this image as a way to answer those two questions. One is what exactly is a threat, whether you can actually recognize a threat when you actually see it, which is one part of threat intelligence sharing. And then the second part of it, which the area that we're talking about, is how do you share information on a threat? In this particular case, if you're paralyzed by terror, it's difficult to share information on a threat, but you also need to convey any information you have on a threat in a sort of a structured manner, which is going to make sense to people who receive it, and they're actually going to be able to act upon it. There's no point just saying there's a problem or there's something we need to be scared about unless you actually give some information which can be used by others. So if you go to the next slide. So related to this, the telecom industry, I would propose, has been quite effective in sharing information on some threats. So I'll give you one specific example. Around 4 years ago in Germany, there was a number of news reports which came out explaining how the SS7, which is the 2G, 3G protocol, which is the control plane protocol used for control of mobile devices, had been exploited. And when the attackers had gotten access to this protocol, they were able to basically exploit and empty some German subscribers' bank accounts. How they actually did this was that they got access and then they intercepted text messages, which have been used for two-factor authentication. This is actually not that common, but it's actually not that common from the use of this protocol to do this. Normally, this protocol is used primarily more for surveillance and for state-level types of attacks. But if you do get access, this is one particular type of attack you could execute. The interesting thing from us on the sharing perspective, and if you go to the next slide, is that this information had been actually shared within the GSM Association prior to some of the news releases came out. And the thing from our perspective is that at the time of the alert, the information which is being shared, one of the parts of information was what's called a global title. This is actually the source information of where these attacks was originating from. And as part of our service, what we do for our customers is we'd identified this particular source and we'd associate with other sources as well. So we'd actually associated this group and we built up a map essentially of this group. And we could see that they were using sources from the UK, but also other countries like Turkmenistan and a bunch of other countries as well. And when we seen this information, we actually communicated, because we could see that some people were being affected. We communicated this to multiple European operators who actually weren't our customers, but we understood that this information would be useful for them to try to deal with these attacks which are ongoing. As well as this information was also shared with law enforcement. So this is actually the premise of our internal customer system, which we use to share information within our customers, which we call Sigil. Now that's all very well and good, and it does show the capability of sharing. But then you have a question, is what do you do for the larger types of attacks? What do you do for situations where you don't have all the information, and if you want to move beyond this specific type of threat? So go to the next slide. So in that particular case, we could share information because everybody understood that what we were sharing, the types of information was, there was really no context that was required interpretation. But that technical level of sharing, it's not always possible. And as the previous speaker mentioned, Michael, the telecom area, we do have restrictions in the amount of information we could share. A lot of stuff that we work with is really quite confidential. We can't go around sharing information who's been targeted generally. You can't sometimes share specific information where it comes from, because it's quite sensitive areas to talk about people's identities. And at the same time, attackers, I've mentioned before, they're not technology fixed. If we were to build up a system that just shares information on SS7 or 3G attacks, this is not going to work for 4G attacks, it's not going to work for SMS, it's not going to work for any type of combined type of attack. Attackers don't think about technology in that they're going to limit themselves to that. Attackers think about how they're going to do their attacks and if they're going to be successful or not. So what we really need is a language to express the activity of telecom attackers or threat actors. We need to be able to ways to share what they do and how they do it without necessarily focusing on the specifics of how they go about doing this. And to do this as well, this better sharing, it has a side effect that allows you a greater understanding of the threats and then to build in defenses against them. If you're able to speak and able to conceptualize something in your head, obviously then you're able to better understand it, you're able to see where you may be lacking, and then of course you're also able to communicate about it better as well. So if we go to the next slide. So sometimes, coming back again to my Squid Game analogy, some people say, well, no, it's always better to give all the details. You need all the details to be able to say if a threat is good or bad or not. But I give one thought experiment here, that if I was to give you, the viewers of this, two different types of information. One on the left is a really precise piece of information. And then on the one on the right is a much, much more higher level type of information. So I'll give you about 30 seconds or a minute to have a read of these two. But then the question comes down to is, which type of information would you prefer? Would you actually prefer a whole dump of information of somebody's observation of what's actually happened? Or would you prefer an actual very, very high level, much, much shorter level of information, which is just basically tactics or techniques? Now, I should have actually said spoiler alert. Possibly I've spoiled it for some of you if you ever go and watch this TV show. It's only the first episode, there's plenty other, but I would surmise that most people, or at least myself I know, would prefer the side on the right. They would prefer just to be given specifics as opposed to actually precise details, or at the very least given high level information on the side of the right doesn't necessarily mean you're not able to act on the threats which are present. So in this particular case, having all the details does not necessarily mean a better result for you, the defender, than actually having high-level specifics. So the reason we cover this, if you just go to the next slide, is that this is what we want to do in the telecoms world. So like I mentioned before, is that we obviously can, us and other companies can share information internally. We've covered earlier, and David Rogers, the first speaker, spoke about how within the GSMA, the TTIS group is sharing information, mobile malware, piece of information, indicators of compromise, especially in the relevant flu bot. But we need to build up a bigger way of system, as sometimes we say, you know, we need a better way of doing this. And we know that these threat actors, they're not going to specifically stake on one particular method or a different method. They're going to do whatever they can do to get the information. So we need to think of a language and need to think of a method of how we could share details of these attackers while still respecting privacy. And at the same time, the more that we can, if we actually build up this system, the more that we can think that this idea of sharing is standard. At the moment, if something exists, then you must think about it. And if you think about it, you then begin to assume that it's always been present. So we want to get us more into a way of thinking that this is something sharing that we should do, as opposed to nice to have. So as mentioned a few times, within the IT world, there is a common framework, which is called the MITRE ATT&CK framework. And what this does describes the detailed approach an attacker uses in terms of tactics, techniques, and sub-techniques. So I won't go into details, but it's widely supported by many tools and it's used throughout the IT industry. And as well as that, also gives, from my perspective, a common framework as well. My understanding is that it gives a common framework for people to speak about what an attacker is doing, as opposed to really, and you can get into it, but as opposed to really jump into the details, allows also people to step back and think about this is what an attacker is doing, and this is how it's exhibiting its behavior. So you may well say, well, then this is obviously a thing we should be doing. We should just reuse this. But unfortunately, we have some issues when it comes to using this in our particular mobile network area. Let's go to the next slide. So there is on the right-hand side what's called a list of matrices. Unfortunately, there is a framework for mobile, but this is very, very much device-centric. It really has Android and iOS. So essentially, it doesn't really consider mobile operators. It does have a part of it called network-based effects, but if you look at it, those are really separate and standalone, and they don't take into account the large number of mobile network attack cases that we and mobile operators see in real life. As well as that, it also doesn't consider 5G in any of these cases. And some people have addressed this and been aware of this, and there have been theoretical attempts in the past to create mobile network-based models. Now, these unfortunately have also got some issues because, as mentioned before, in our panel discussion, the more you move away from MITRE, the more difficult it is to stay compatible with it. And in those particular cases, one particular case, Beta, it was an excellent start, but it wasn't actually, some of its definitions weren't actually compatible with MITRE. And as well as that, more importantly, they haven't really had much in the way of take-up. There hasn't been much in the way of industry consensus. So what we've have at the moment is everybody agreeing, as you've heard in all these presentations, that there should be more information sharing, but there's really no easy way to do this or no appropriate way to do this when it comes to mobile network attacks, which is what a lot of us work in, especially when it comes to things like signaling, control-based signaling, or in the area of 5G. So what to do in a situation? So if we go to the next slide. What our objective then will be, and what it should be, we believe as industry, is to use this framework and basically come up with a new way, a model of doing this. So basically define a model for all the adversary tactics, techniques that we see based on what we see in real life. So it has been discussed before. One of the possibly faults, but also one of the areas is that in the mobile network security world, a lot of information is shared, but a lot of it sometimes isn't shared public. And this is due to some well-known reasons. Some of it is sensitive, but also because it is a relatively closed community. And as a result of this, then some of this information isn't actually out there. Some of these real life attacks aren't actually out there, but we have it. Us in the industry, we have this knowledge. And if we build this system or we allow sharing information, then this is something that can be used by SIEM systems, C-level summaries, and so on. But any attacks, any descriptions that we build has to take into account what do operators deal with today. So it's got to take into account all the signaling protocols I talked about, telemeasurement protocols, There has already been a huge amount of work in the past, obviously on IT type protocols, but for us, what we're talking about, the attacks that we see, is really this vast ocean of telecom protocols, which we need to consider. Especially, we also need to consider that any system we come up with is future-proof. We've talked about how previous speakers that 5G is going to eat the world. Well, if 5G is going to eat the world, we need to make sure that we have systems to share information on the threats that will eat that world. And the 5G is not exactly a straightforward it's not a straightforward replacement of 3G, 4G. It has concepts like slicing. It reuses a whole different bunch of other protocols, but it's also built on top of 2G and 3G and 4G. So it's a really, really complex type system. And then most importantly, it's got to be compatible with the attack ecosystem and supported by the industry. There's no point of us coming up with any system which is just like a theoretical exercise. Previous speaker, Michael, talked about, coming up with methods which then aren't actually used, which don't have, the 4 techniques, trust, money, time, and attention. So those really all add up to, they needs to be supported by industry and kept up to date. So if we go to the next slide. So what we're proposing, as you probably see where we're going with this, is a method of extending the MITRE attack for mobile network operators. There is, I said already, a series of matrices. Mobile matrix, as I mentioned, is very device, handset, phone centric, but it does have some good areas in what's called the network effects tactics. Looking at some of the other matrices, other parts we can take from those. I mean, the enterprise matrix, it has many different types of telecom attacks, but it's missing protocols. And the attacker behaviors we need to consider the attackers is different in telecom networks and enterprises. Telecom networks, the attackers are actually within the networks, unlike possibly enterprises where they're coming from outside. In many cases, like for example, in surveillance networks, we could see that they've got access via telecom networks. So it's not a sense, you cannot deal with every situation, every problem is saying they're authenticated or not, is that these attackers are actually within the networks. And then, as mentioned, there was other previous attempts, one called Bedra. This is, again, an excellent start, but it is quite high level. And some of the attacks are different than what's described. And then finally, there is, of course, another matrix as well in MITRE attack called ICS, but this is also something to look at, but it's not really suitable for telecom protocols and 5G. So what we would propose to do is essentially to extend the attack mobile matrix by adding in a third matrix, as well as iOS and Android. And then we would take parts from the existing matrix which is in there and then use different types of subtechniques which we can see around the place in the different matrices. And the whole purpose of this then is that any system that we come up with then is compatible with what's out there, or at least the concepts and ideas behind it are compatible to what's present. So we're able to reuse it. And so that other people from outside our telecom security industry, they can basically look at this and say, okay, this kind of makes sense. This is something we could use. So if we go to the next slide. So the details of how this could work is we could have a new matrix, like I said, under mobile. This will be based on realistic attacks and adversary behaviors, which we and other industry and mobile operators have seen in real life. We can use tactics from mobile. We reuse them in really the following order. First, you take what's best from the mobile matrix. Then you take ones from maybe from the enterprise for IT and 5G, especially some of the techniques in the enterprise are really applicable for some of the specific attacks we could see in 5G. And then we could take another ideas and measures that we could take from what's called the beta framework. But there will be a lot of new sub-techniques we'll have to add, and these will all be based on real attacks. So as part of that, we've actually studied many of these attacks and mapped them out. But I'll say to you, the industry and for you, the target audience for this is that we will need more operator industry input on different types of attacks, because there's little point for us to come up with a standard for adaptive mobile or for anybody else to come up with a standard for themselves. This is something, a standard that we need for all of us to share this type of information, because unless we do that, there's going to be a situation like we have before where we're constantly talking about different types of attacks, but we don't have a common language in which to share them. So go to the next slide. So this is what we've done. I'll talk about our contributions and how others can get involved in a moment, but so far I must warn you as well, this is a complicated piece of work, and it's not made easier by the fact is that the knowledge of attacks, which is what the core driver of building these techniques, is in a much smaller group of people than the equivalent types of attacks in the IT world is. So this is something which we've been working on. It looks somewhat like a periodic table, but this is basically what's called the matrix, or this is how the viewpoint of it. And we'd all have all the different techniques on top, and then you'd have different types of ways, which are the bottom, the columns going downwards, all the different types of techniques within this. So the top line, apologies, will actually be the tactics, and then the lines going downwards be the techniques. And so by capturing all of these, then attackers would be able to classify and categorize as part of what they're actually doing from a telecom perspective. And actually then when people analyze this information, they could use this information then to build up ways to actually stop any types of attacks and block them. So if you go to the next slide. So I just want to let everybody know where we are with this framework. We have done within Adaptive, especially my colleague, Dr. Silke Holtman, done a huge amount of research in this to come up with these initial frameworks, tactics, and techniques. And we have some, including some people on this conversation, we have some operator support as well, and other stakeholders as well, support for the need for the system. So we have discussed this as well. I'm sure some of the MITRE people on the line might be aware of this, that, you know, the proposed framework in progress. And the output of that is that because where MITRE work from is that they really work from information of these attacks being made public. One massive sticking point is for them working on it is that they don't really have this information. The best people who have these information attacks are those of us in the actual mobile industry ourselves. So those of us both in the mobile security vendor community and also the mobile operators itself. So probably the best way to continue this for now is outside of MITRE and to come up with a framework in the industry. So where to do that? So we've already discussed this within the GSM Association. And now is that, as David Rogers mentioned, the plan is also that we will be presenting this in 2 weeks with our colleagues within the GSMA, and that we will be proposing that we take this forward within the GSM Association. Because within that group, within the fraud and security group specifically, there is the best combination and concentration of knowledge when it comes to mobile attacks and what we've seen in real life. And I can't stress how important this is. Not only have we talked about in this whole so much about the different types of the need for information sharing, it's only going to be more important. For example, in March earlier on this year, the ENISA group within the EU founded a threat intelligence working group, and it's envisioned that a large part of that sharing within that group is also going to be using MITRE. And the EU have also recognized as well that telecoms, as they clearly are, a part of critical piece of national infrastructure. So we need to be able to communicate the threats that occur within our industry, in all parts of our industry. So I would say to you who are maybe interested in getting involved, if you want to support this initiative, join us in the GSMA. Like I said earlier, we're not doing this because this is necessarily going to benefit Adaptive Mobile. Specifically, we're doing this because we need this form of information sharing in our group, because it's very difficult for threats and different types of attacks to be communicated intelligently throughout an organization without assuming that they know everything. We need a language to be able to support this. We need a language to be able to underframe these types of attacks and actually understand what's going on. So I'm not sure how I'm doing time, so I'll basically finish up. Like I said, if you're willing, if you want to support this, please, if you're members of the GSM Association, we will speak to you in the next fraud and security group. And yeah, final reference to Squid Game. It's a green light, so now you can unfreeze and ask questions. And that is it, Patrick.
Fantastic, Cathal. Thanks so much. Well, you won't have been aware because you've been focusing on your talk. I won't use the word lit up because it would be a bit grandiose. However, we have had a great deal of activity on the Q&A function and on the chat function with a lot of people expressing a lot of enthusiasm for this, asking can they get copies of the slides? Can you come forward? I think there's somebody from MITRE saying that they want to talk to you. So we've had a really tremendous response to your talk there, which is obviously terrific. Yeah. I suppose just to put a couple of questions to you, it seems to me that potentially the fundamental issue in terms of the relative slowness with which this has been developing over the last couple of years is that the biggest attacks, the most painful cyber attacks, have been on office IT. So that's where all the money's going. That's where organizations want the spending to go. And therefore, so long as attacks that arise from via the telecom network, so long as they are somewhat secondary in the mind share of business organizations and their CISO teams, this is going to be a bit of an uphill struggle. Is the logic there right, or not necessarily?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I'll take it 2 points. In the IT world, I won't say they're standing on the shoulders of giants, but there's been so much work and there's been so much research that's been done over time. It's a very well understood area. It's like this whole huge amount of work which has been done over the last 20 years in the whole IT security area. And when it comes to telecom security, you can see it's not something which is normally considered by people. It's something which is sort of, by people, I mean people who don't work directly in that area. And it's always something seen as somewhat exotic and esoteric and is over the side. But when you consider it, more people use the mobile network than use the internet. It's like this huge, consider this huge iceberg of potential threats, which most people wouldn't be aware from the surface. So, and also, I think we need a language like this, because not least for those of us working in telecom security, we need to show to others within the cybersecurity industry that we exist, to be perfectly honest.
Right.
And how people work in the cybersecurity industry, they have their own framework, they work with MITRE, they know things. If we can't even express the threats that we see in a language that they are aware of, how are they meant to consider and pay money for security solutions?
Certainly.
So we need to show that.
Last question I'm going to put to you. I mean, you've had a lot of positive reaction, and there's an audience here that hasn't expressed anything in particular, but has heard your message. Is this the first time you have socialized this with a large industry group?
This is the first time we've talked about it publicly. We have obviously discussed it within the
GSMA,
yeah. But as a sort of an information that this has been worked. Obviously, we spoke with MITRE in the past, but very keen to talk to other people MITRE. So this is the first time we've spoken publicly, but I would emphasize this is not an adaptive mobile initiative. This is something we want the industry to take forward. So this is something we'll socialize again in the next FA Fraud and Security Group, and I hope in that meeting it will become a GSMA initiative, to be honest.
Fantastic. Well, anyone who's attending, listening now, or listening to the recording, very welcome to get in touch with Cathal at Adaptive Mobile about that. Cathal, thanks for a sensational presentation. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
I just realized my video was off. I do apologize. Right. Our next speaker is Les Wong. Les is head of the Cyber Defense Center for the Canadian telecom operator Telus. Les is going to talk. He actually, rather similarly to Cathal, he has an agenda. He is going to be proposing a way for normalizing regional measurements of cyber threat activity across North America, South America, Europe, Asia, etc. Really excited to hear what Les has to say. Les, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Patrick, for inviting me to join such a distinguished panel and for the opportunity to address all of you today. We can go ahead to the next slide here. So our theme today is telco threat intelligence sharing, and my talk is going to be about how I think we can share measures of cyber threats to help prioritize our own investment plans, help industry regulators focus on the right problems, and better justify law enforcement disruptions and interdictions against threat actors, either regionally or globally. I thought I'd start with some background on myself and how I came to the question I'll be talking about today. I have a background in cybersecurity, including almost 15 years at the Canadian counterpart of the Cryptologic Institution, which Kieran led. So in Canada, that's the Communication Security Establishment. I also worked at the Privy Council Office of Canada, where I got to see the tools of public administration in action on a variety of economic, political, and security issues. And I helped advise our cabinet and ministers on program and policy decisions. I then went and studied public administration after that because I was interested in the machinery and tools of government, but also because I wanted to understand why cybersecurity was in such dire straits. I wanted to understand why the regulatory and policing and defense capabilities of governments worldwide were sometimes inefficient or insufficient to encourage positive, safe behaviors on the internet and to lead specific targeted interventions that could systematically deter and disrupt cyber threat actors in a way to improve the overall cybersecurity ecosystem. So a parallel I came upon back then was that of public health. And it's unfortunately become a lot more relevant over the last couple of years with the pandemic. I think telcos have a unique position from which we can measure different classes of cyber health problems across the internet, much in the same way public health authorities are currently measuring different classes of health indicators across different populations and population segments. So today, I'd like to talk a bit about how we do some of these cybersecurity health measurements at TELUS, talk a bit about the role that telcos can play and how they could potentially work together on more broadly measuring cyber health across the internet. Next page, please. So what's the parallel between public health measures in the real world and on the internet? Well, in both cases, we try to monitor local and global conditions to figure out where problems exist and where interventions need to be made. You have to do an apples to apples comparison of key measures to figure out if a problem's getting better or worse. If it's getting worse, you want to do something and then keep measuring to see if that thing is fixing the problem. This approach lets you concentrate your resources where they will be most effective. So for example, if we knew there was a problem with scurvy, we could measure for vitamin deficiencies in a population. If we saw them going down, we could evaluate the effectiveness of different countermeasures, like giving away vitamins or fruit or putting vitamins in the water or something like that. We'd keep measuring all the while to see if the problem was getting better or worse. So similarly in cybersecurity, I think it's possible to measure the incidence of groups of related security problems to figure out whether they're getting better or worse over a given time period. We can use these measurements to figure out if existing controls are working, if new ones are needed, or if some other solution to a problem is needed. And I think we could pool similar measurements from multiple organizations to get a broader perspective on these problems, and particularly where coordinated action from governments may be needed, we could highlight that. So that's going to be the focus of my talk today. And what I'm going to talk about is I think telcos are uniquely positioned to have a perspective that nobody else has and to be able to generate some of these measurements consistently. Next slide, please. Okay, so why do I think this is important? At the enterprise level, it is of course important to understand the ROI that investments in cybersecurity controls and capabilities can bring. And this is because there are always likely to be budget constraints. So managing them requires you to have an up-to-date sense of both the threats and benefits expected of new security capabilities. So KPIs and measurements are critical to roadmaps and investment plans. This shouldn't be, much of a surprise or a new thought. But a very important reason for measurements is that they can help justify the case for public or government action. So earlier this year, Canadian regulators began a series of hearings into potential schemes that could require Canadian telcos to block malicious botnet traffics. It's understandable that this was motivated by a desire to help, given the severity of the problems that botnets can pose. But we felt the true problem was the proliferation of poorly secured internet connected devices at price points which don't support security best practices. So if you're consumed with a problem of Mirai or something like that, you actually have to look at the ecosystem and the other actors in the ecosystem and really think about the proliferation of devices which ship with default passwords or out-of-date open source packages, which really lie at the root cause of this problem. But the problem we had was that we lacked rich sources of data to prove this hypothesis and to steer regulators to this area where we thought the real problem was. And we found we had only limited provider-specific data on what carriers were doing to already block botnet traffic. So we lacked the apples-to-apples measurements to talk more intelligently about the problem. More broadly, I think what could happen is that without compatible measures, without these apples-to-apples measurements of cybersecurity problems regionally and globally, we might find ourselves the focus of regulatory efforts. Telecommunications carriers and telcos were used to being regulated. There's a long history of it. But this historical relationship can, I think, be a bit of a crutch and an impediment to motivation of action or targeted interventions against other actors in the cybersecurity ecosystem. So we need more data to illuminate this situation. Ultimately, if we want government departments and agencies to focus on what we think are the right problems and not the wrong ones, we're best served making that argument based on quantifiable and regionally relevant data. So that's enough talk about the problem. I'd like to move on and show you how we do some of these measurements of the cybersecurity ecosystem here at TELUS. And then I'll close with some ideas on what I think we could achieve by working together. Next slide, please. You can actually probably skip 2. So how do we do this at TELUS? Here's a simplified high-level view on where we have security controls and capabilities on our own or our customer networks. There are layered security domains and layered controls within each of these environments, including traditional enterprise defenses like email, IDS and firewalls and malware detection. There are network defenses like DDoS mitigation and packet filtering. There are application services, so web applications, WAFs, reverse proxies, load balancers. There's some other unique capabilities like mobile network malware protection and SMS spam filtering. So it's kind of a simplification of our extended enterprise environment. We also protect about 20 global acquisitions and various digital businesses, which span about 10 different countries across the globe. This doesn't also really reflect our cloud, SDN, or 5G environments. But the key point here is that we have security controls and capabilities and data and control planes, as do most of you, I would expect. We also have them in our own enterprise infrastructure and that of our business customers, ranging from all sizes, including federal departments and agencies to local small or home-based businesses. So it's a pretty broad perspective. I don't think many other actors in this ecosystem can measure and reach and see cyber activities across such a large space. And so it's a really broad perspective that even other large enterprise organizations may not have. And it's a great vantage point from which to sample public health measures in Canada's cybersecurity ecosystem. So let me get into what that looks like in a little bit more detail. I'll just note, I think I attached more graphs than I really have time for. So I may need to skip through some of them to finish up on time. So next slide, please. Here are a couple of views from our volumetric DDoS protection appliances, as well as our core packet filters. We routinely block billions of packets at our edge. In Q1 of 2021, 1.2 trillion bad packets. Since these packets are and have been disallowed by policy for some time, we can assume most of this traffic is reconnaissance or exploitation activity. We get a good metric on what people are looking for and attacking on our network. We use these metrics to justify our traffic management policies, since we can quantify the amount of badness we essentially prevent from reaching our customers, and thereby meets the regulatory threshold for doing this. Beyond direct benefits to our customers, we also cut down on reflection attacks or botnet farming activities that may impact other telcos. So this one graph helps us measure DDoS and exploitation trends over time. It helps us quantify the value of our security efforts to protect customers and also to protect other network operators. It also proves to us tactically that it's really important to filter out inbound LDAP and NTP right now, unless you have a specific reason not to. Another measure at the top is simply the peak flow rate we observe, measured against the baseline capacity in one particular area of our network. In general, we've noticed our DDoS trends are distinct from those reported by Verizon and other global sources. And as we talk to others, we think the general trend is true for Canada versus either the US or the globe. So it's a really interesting context for us that we kind of move somewhat counter-cyclically. Next slide. Some more graphs on destination targets. So specifically where we see the attacks, like what segment of our network is targeted, and how the performance of our automatic mitigation capabilities is over time. So it's kind of the move, counter move play stretched out over some time, as well as which network segments and which customers are targeted. So even from some of this, we can, we see large clusters of activity associated with different classes of attacks, like there's some small level booter attacks, and then like some larger scale attacks from more sophisticated actors. Next slide. This is an example of different comparisons we do to gauge the adequacy of our volumetric capabilities and whether we need to plan for further investments. So we compare ourselves to the rest of the world. We compare this quarter to prior quarters, and this can tip off further investigations. Our DDoS trends are generally distinct from the US, as I mentioned before. Shout out to the Verizon DBIR report. We use that heavily as a benchmark. And our trends are distinct both on peak volume and rate measures, as well as frequency and incidence measures as well. Now, this isn't to say, like, obviously we're not perfect on DDoS, but overall, we tend to find that L7 attacks are more significant in our environments than volumetric ones. Next slide, please. So that's DDoS. Here's a less conventional one. So like many in our industry, we've been impacted by SIM swapping events. I removed some of the axes, the axis labels here deliberately, but it's a serious issue that severely impacts our customers. And it's one we're actively working to get and stay ahead of. At the top, we've been able to measure some trends on the incidence of reported and detected incidents of SIM swaps, ports, and other malicious call forwarding events over time. This graph shows how a specific countermeasure was able to largely mitigate one particular class of TTPs a threat actor was relying on one particular, during a series of activities. So I don't know if we can ever completely eliminate fraud and SIM swapping, but this kind of longitudinal, longer-term study is really helping us to track the problem and keep a strategic focus on the forest rather than the trees. Next slide, please. This one is kind of fun. Last year, we started to do some trend analysis on SMS spam data, both automatically detected and customer reported, and to dig into the problem of SMS phishing, or smishing if you like. Then the pandemic hit, and anticipating that COVID benefits schemes here in Canada would quickly become the target of fraudsters, we set up some analytics to try and profile these events by intent over time and to try to quantify that. So given the seriousness of the issue, we were ready to take some more proactive action, either alone or working with our industry or government partners, depending on how serious the problem turned out to be. This kind of analysis gave us some confidence that while SMS COVID schemes were sort of the flavor of the day, we didn't necessarily see enough of a spike over time to make it a top priority or to warrant critical action. So our analysis showed us here that we didn't necessarily have a problem and didn't need to, launch urgent action, which I think sometimes can be as equally valuable as the inverse. It's, nice to know that there's a blinking hot problem and something you need to take critical action on, but it's also equally valuable to do some measurements and situate a problem and realize it's not, it might be less important than other priorities you have at a given time. Next slide. So here are some further breakdowns by smishing theme and cover story. So it's not the target here per se, it's really more the theme or the pretext used behind the phishing. Far and away what we noticed was like fake delivery notifications, parcel delivery notices. These were far and away very, very popular. And then like, taxation or banking schemes then were sort of a second, I think, in terms of how often we saw them. Next slide. Like many others, we also saw a widespread incidence of credential stuffing. This graph shows the originating source by country and also incrementally shows the effect of various security adjustments over time. So this was critical to demonstrating the value of the countermeasures we put in place, but also the general futility of geographic source blocking. And in this particular case, geo-blocking is something we sometimes do as a last measure or as an interim measure, but sometimes it's somewhat problematic. It is unfortunately fairly easy to sidestep, but it's a common question that gets asked. So it's always helpful to have some data to really quantify like when it is and isn't going to be a useful countermeasure. So we still continue to measure this over time. One trend that is generally consistent and which sometimes surprises people is that the majority of malicious activities that hit us originate from the US. It's number one, which I don't really think is a large surprise given the size and scope of infrastructure and cloud and VPS infrastructure that lives in the US. But it is a useful data point whenever people talk about border controls on the internet or great firewalls or that kind of a thing. Next slide, please. We also measure the incidence of mobile malware on smartphones or connected devices on our network. For the most part, the problem seems manageable. I know the problem is getting worse, and we had a great presentation just previously on SS7 and other signaling level attacks. I also know that malicious apps getting into the app stores is a larger problem, but for the most part, much of the activities, which admittedly is reliance on mobile IOCs, mobile malware IOCs that we're able to source, but most of what we are seeing seems attributable to tethered PCs, cracked apps, and third-party app stores. So we'll continue to watch this space, but this data for now supports a position that at least in the current state, the most serious problems remain relatively low volume. Next slide. I thought this might be interesting to the crowd. It's a little bit of a security threat with different solutions. We realized about a year ago that there was some value in integrating physical threats into our broader ecosystem measurements. Cable cuts are sometimes accidental, sometimes not accidental. And we wanted to start measuring them as kind of a holistic part of the cybersecurity ecosystem. So I also think this is true. Like you have a lot of conspiracies surrounding cell towers and 5G and that kind of thing. And sometimes there are related acts of vandalism, and these can be equally impactful as sort of a pure cyber threat. So we factor them into the overall our overall cybersecurity ecosystem measurements. And next slide. This should be somewhat familiar to many of you. So we've just begun automating some of our EDR detection capabilities. in an enterprise context. So the sand key diagram illustrates root causes for EDR alerts that were manually triaged coming out of automated triage. It's early days, but we'll use this kind of trending to guide policy improvements, user awareness training, and SOAR playbook improvements. Next slide. And finally, phishing. This is one of the longest standing measures in our reports. We use click rates to compare ourselves to global averages and historical trends. It's a good baseline as to when we need to improve user awareness training or improve the efficiency of our mail filters. A couple of years ago, we began measuring service center recalls as well. This is going to become less useful over time, this particular measure, as EDR solutions increasingly prevent malware from executing on hosts. But if you were to take a longer term view of this, like the click rates and the successful deliveries do kind of wax and wane over time. And we do see lots of counter moves from quarter to quarter and year on year. So for example, last autumn, as a result of the global ransomware surge, we saw a real spike in password protected zips. And the attackers were also sending spear phishing campaigns in smaller batches. So while we saw overall spam volumes drop, we saw click rates actually spike a little as a result of improved targeting, like that smaller targeting, which is able to bypass our mail filtering solutions. So it's funny, we've had this here for a while and it waxes and wanes, and it's something we continually need to stay dialed into as spear phishers and spammers adjust their techniques. Okay, that's a bunch of graphs. Let's go to the next slide here.
If you don't mind, I'm going to have to ask you to take another minute or so and wind up, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I was just coming to the end there, Patrick. Okay. So I simply want to propose this. In addition to IOCs to help detect threats, we ought to think about sharing the kinds of metrics I've just presented between telcos. I think it can help us understand the efficacy and gaps in our current controls, help size and trend different types of security threats on the internet over time, and help guide regulators and public agencies to where the true problems are, both regionally and globally. So I'll just go forward 2 slides. I've presented the report. It's not posted. It's not really public because I think some of our adversaries, can do the research and can find it. But I'd be very happy if anyone was interested in sharing their own data, if you were to reach out to me and ask for a copy of it. So thanks again, Patrick, for the invitation to speak today. And that concludes my talk.
Great pleasure. And just everybody can see Les's email there, les.wong@telus.com, which is fairly straightforward. Les, I'm going to say we're out of time. You've used up the time, so thank you very much indeed for your participation. Nice idea there for people to reach out to you to follow on with your ideas. Really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Okay, and our next speaker we have coming up is Kevin McNamee, who is a security product manager for Nokia. Kevin is going to be speaking about leveraging threat intelligence in detection and response, presumably in the telco use case, I would think. Welcome, Kevin.
Thanks very much, Patrick. I'm glad to be here. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay, so what I'm going to be talking about for the next 20 minutes basically is how we can use threat intelligence in detection and response, as the lead slide says there, but also discuss a little bit about how threat intelligence can be used to create new threat intelligence. I mean, you should get something out of it. It's sort of like interest on the investment, as it were. And I'm going to use an example of what I've been working on for the past quite some time, is the ability to sort of do endpoint malware detection, network-based type of detection, and the threat intelligence we have to put into that to make it work, and what threat intelligence we get out of it to be able to take reasonable actions, and in many cases automated actions to solve the problems. So we'll go to the next slide. So this is basically just a summary of what we do. The system's deployed in carrier networks, and this purpose is to detect malware infections in endpoint devices. And we do that by monitoring the traffic and basically looking for malware activity in the traffic, be it the command and control traffic, be it the attacks, be it the reconnaissance. So you notice down at the bottom, we've got the bottom left of the diagram. You see there's the threat intelligence lab. That's a lab that I work with. And that lab is responsible for creating the threat intelligence that drives this system. And it's done in terms of what the main output of that lab is snort detection rules that are used to detect the malware activity. When we detect activity in the network, we also get output from this system. And that system is used to drive actions, and these actions can be directed at to firewalls to block known activity. It can be directed to the security operations center for the carrier, and also it can be directed into sort of extended detection and response systems. So that's basically what I'm going to be talking about. Next slide. So threat intelligence creates threat intelligence, or it should be used to create additional threat intelligence. So for this system we're talking about here, the input is what's used in the detection process. So we basically have two types of threat intel that we use. One is a set of snort detection rules. They detect the command and control, they detect exploits, reconnaissance, and DDoS behavior. We also have got, for the IoT world, we've got IoT device profiles. So for specific IoT devices, we know generally what they're going to do. They have a very limited suite of network activity that they go through. So when they start doing something different from that, like if an IoT device starts surfing the internet or starts, trying to launch attacks against other devices, that's outside that profile, and then that's definitely an anomaly. Now, from this, we then go through, we put this in the system, we regularly update these sensors, and from that we learn, the output is it gives us a list of all the devices that are impacted by malware. These are endpoint devices, so they could be mobile phones, they could be laptops, they could anything that's IoT devices, anything out there in the mobile network. We learn that there's a malware issue and this device is not working properly. This can then be subdivided. It could give us a list of botnet members. So if you've got a question, for example, in my network, who belongs to this particular IoT botnet, you can learn that. You get a list of those because we've detected that activity. A list of attackers. Who is attacking my network? This is threat intel that you can then use to block that in your firewall, block it at the edge. And then, of course, we can get the command and control, IP addresses, URLs that are used in this activity. So you get a lot of valuable information out based on the threat intelligence that you put in. Next slide. So this is how we create the threat intelligence. We put together, when we first get into this business, we discovered that there's a lot of existing detection rules out there from a variety of sources, but it didn't give us the coverage we needed for the mobile network. So that's why we created the Threat Intelligence Lab at Nokia. And it's designed to create detection rules for this network-based malware detection system. We needed coverage for mobile. So we've got rules covering iOS devices and Android devices, and then also IoT devices. So this is the value add that the Threat Intelligence Lab puts in: mobile device coverage, IoT coverage. And also, we've learned that we have to be very accurate in this. We're using an intrusion detection type of technology, which is notorious for false positives, for alerts that don't really have to be followed up on. So we test these detection rules against real malware in the lab, and we ensure that we've got very high quality, very low false positives. Next slide. So this is, you're going, I think you went backwards. You're going backwards. There we go. So this is basically how we operate. On the left-hand side of the diagram, we take malware samples. We get these from labs. We have sharing agreements with various security labs. We get a lot of malware coming in. On the right-hand side at the top, which probably might be hidden by my little video image there, is we've got rules coming in from third-party sources. A lot of threat intel is input, and that goes into our rules library. The main goal of this is to do a sort of a triage operation on the malware coming in, select malware for running in a sandbox environment, and collecting the actual traffic from that malware that we can then use to generate the rules. Next slide. So just to summarize that, we collect the malware, we identify what the malware is to determine if we've got coverage, okay? And we do this using sort of standard techniques. We use virus total extensively. We use that basically to do the first level of cut on what we're getting in. What is this malware sample? What does it do? And if normally most of that we find out it's something we've seen before, it's something we know about, and we actually already have coverage. So that clears a lot of that stuff off the table. We then would do a detailed static analysis on this. We use standard tools for this. We've also developed some stuff for the Android environment and the iOS environment. Then the next phase is we triage the samples to prioritize which is the stuff we have to, what's the most important to work on, and we take those, we run them in the sandbox environment, we collect the traffic, and then we select which samples we're going to use to generate new rules. So that's the process, and we have support for all those different types of platforms that you see down at the bottom there. Next slide. We're also involved with, in terms of a little bit more on the research side, specifically AI and ML research with our folks at Bell Labs. We've been done a lot of stuff in the area of IoT detection. And other activity, we create an annual, we're creating IoT profiles for devices. We create annual threat intelligence reports, and we also have various malware analysis and webinars on our internet site. So that summarizes what we do in the threat lab. Next slide. This is an example of the threat report we put out back last year. You can see there over on the left-hand side, monthly mobile malware rates sampled around the places where we're deployed. About 0.23% of mobile devices have some sort of malware issue per month type thing. We also work in residential networks, and we did notice during the COVID, the initial stages of COVID, we noticed a residential malware peak at about 3.5%. So we can collect this type of information and make it available in our threat report. There's a link there at the bottom that you can go if you want to pick up a copy of this. We will be having our latest report coming out early in November, and that'll cover so to date in 2021. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to talk now a little bit about how we would give you some examples of how we use this in actual real networks, and the types of things we're trying to do, and how we can apply that threat intelligence we gather from the network in an automated fashion to help with solve the problem. Now, I will start off here. We have looked a little bit at 5G security. 5G brings a lot of new security features to the mobile network. Particularly the control plane is a lot more secure, using strong authentication, using data encryption for privacy, and also for data integrity. So I think the mobile core certainly is much more secure. However, the new features that 5G has brought to the table does expand the attack surface somewhat. So this is sort of illustrated here. I think the number one thing we all recognize, and it's been talked about previously at the panel discussion, is that massive IoT deployment is something that's coming with 5G. And so this expands the attack surface. You're going to have these IoT devices out there that are, perhaps vulnerable, unprotected, and if they're visible to the internet, it could be a problem. And I'm going to focus on that one for the next few slides as we go through. But I will mention here that there's other aspects to security that 5G does expand the attack surface. Multi-access edge computing. We're going to take applications, and we're going to move them out into the edge of the mobile cloud. This is going to be multi-vendor. There's going to be, like gaming companies are going to be want to put stuff out there. You're going to have, applications, things like Uber and stuff. They're going to want to put their stuff right out there on the edge so they get that low latency, high performance. And that introduces, the potential for now you're not just managing security of a back-end data center where everything is well protected, but you're putting this stuff out on the edge and it's multi-vendor. So that's an area of concern. It's an area we've got a lot of experience in protecting in the data center concept, but when you start putting it out into the edge cloud, then it becomes you're going to require a better way of monitoring what's going on and then taking an automated response. You're going to have to enable the security operations people that are managing these things to be aware of what's going on, monitoring, and then be able to take action automatically. And that's where you get into this extended detection and response type systems that are coming up, SOAR systems. 5G brings an incredible amount of bandwidth to the table, which gives the more potential for more damaging DDoS types of events. Specifically, not just DDoS at the core, DDoS directed at specific places on the internet, but DDoS directed perhaps also at this multi-access edge. People have to be able to access this MEC, this edge computing. So that now becomes a new target for DDoS activity. It was also mentioned, I guess, in the panel discussion that 5G is going to bring this sort of IPv6 address space. If you open up the visibility, okay, you're opening up the attack surface. So we have to make sure we put measures in place to protect the visibility that we may inadvertently introduce by converting everything over to IPv6. Slicing is one of the major security features of 5G. I think it provides network segmentation that is perfect for implementing strong security. But it also potentially could provide an additional target, a focus for activity. I guess it's the responsibility of security professionals to always see the negative in things. So although slicing's great, it might have a downside. You never know. So I think now, if we go to the next slide, which looks very much like the previous one, except for that red splotch on it, I'm going to look at IoT as a specific example of what I'm talking about. So we go to the next slide now. Okay, specifically, I'm going to deal with IoT botnets. IoT devices, they're vulnerable. They're unprotected, oftentimes unpatched. You take this little device, you put it out there on the network someplace, and it might not be the most secure device in the world for those three reasons. With 5G, we're going to have apparently a lot more of them. And so that's the expanded attack surface. Earlier today, it was mentioned that when Mirai happened back about 4 or 5 years ago, it sort of opened up a whole new IoT botnet industry where, botnet owners were competing with each other to sort of like build the biggest botnet and take it over. And these were typically used for denial of service attacks. They could be used for credential stuffing. They could be used for Bitcoin mining, a whole bunch of other things. So if this chart you see there shows us the IoT activity, botnet activity that we've been measuring out there in the field, and around about the 2016, 2017, that's when Mirai started. Mirai has evolved since then and become improved, if you want to put it that way. And also there's more varieties of it, and they're taking advantage of more and more vulnerabilities that are out there. So you can see the way the chart heads up there towards the right-hand side of the screen. What our main takeaway from what we've seen in networks is that if you've got a vulnerable IoT device, okay, and that device is visible from the internet, it's going to be hacked in a matter of minutes, okay? And that's the reason it's going to be hacked in a matter of minutes is because most of the time, these botnets aren't doing the DDoS and they're not doing the credential stuffing or the Bitcoin mining. They're actually spending most of the time scanning the network, looking for other devices to add to the botnet. Okay, so in that they're getting better at that as time goes on. So that's what that takeaway is at the bottom of the slide there. So what can we do about it? Next slide. Okay, so this is where you get into the detection and response. So for IoT devices, there's no user there to see that there's something wrong. They're generally on their own. So the key thing here is monitor the IoT network traffic for malware activity. Okay, so that's key. You've got these devices from the service provider network. We can monitor what they're doing. Okay, and we can see if they've been impacted by malware. We can see if they're scanning, looking for other victims to add to the botnet. This is all stuff that's easy to detect. Then we take that's number one. We go to the remediation. Okay, so the remediation, we can notify the IoT device management system that there's been an issue. And what that can do is it can then reset the device, it can reflash the device, it can do whatever it wants. We can notify the network infrastructure that there's an issue with this device. Typically in the mobile, it might be through the PCRF. And what it does is it knows this device has got something that's potentially network damaging, and it can take that device out. It can quarantine it, it can remove it from the network. It can do that automatically. And that's one of the key things, being able to do that in real time. You can also use this to dynamically configure a firewall to block the malware command and control. You can use it to block scanning activity also, but I guess the command and control for these botnets is pretty critical. And finally, you can also inform the person that owns the device. We've discovered that you've got a device out there. It's obviously doing bad things on the network. You know, that's not good. So then the owner can take care of the issue and get the device fixed. Next slide, please. I think that's it. So just to summarize, with threat intelligence can be used to create new threat intelligence, which can then be used to automate the mitigation of these risks. And the automation, I think, with the coming of 5G, with the coming of billions of IoT devices, is the critical thing. It's the ability for the security operations team to discover what's going on and automatically react to it. And I guess I'll wrap it up there.
Fantastic, Kevin. Thank you very much. You've got a question coming. It strikes me as a difficult one, but probably not for you. Do you think that virtualization adds to an attack depending on whether it's on premises, cloud, or MEC? Slightly poorly phrased, but
okay. I think the virtualization part, I'm not sure. There's various different forms of virtualization. Yeah. So I don't think it's the virtualization that's the issue. I mean, there's certain things that it could be involved in, but I think the more important thing is that we're evolving from networks that are private, access controlled. Nobody can get into them. That's the assumption when you're dealing with traditional mobile networks. With 5G, we're moving to an area where we're moving to the cloud. Some carriers are moving to a public cloud to host a lot of their functions. So that introduces a whole new realm of who's responsible for the security. If I'm deploying my application in a public cloud, is it the cloud operator or is it me that's responsible for the security? And I think we have to resolve that. I think the answer is it's shared. In the mobile edge computing one, where you're actually putting stuff out at the edge of the network, it introduces additional, like there's physical security. These things are going to be out there scattered around the city. So physical security becomes an issue. I think we're pretty good at that because we've already got the RAN out there and we know how to secure it from a physical perspective. But also it's the multi-vendor nature of it. You're going to have multiple application vendors running in these environments, and how are they going to sort of who's responsible for the security? Is it the person that owns the application? Is it the person that owns the infrastructure? Is it the person that owns the network? Tough question, but we're going to have to solve it.
Understood. Kevin, that's been a terrific presentation. Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Patrick.
Okay, so to our penultimate speaker. Ed Amoroso is currently the Chief Executive Officer of TAG Cyber. In a previous life, Ed was Chief Security Officer of a little telecom operator called AT&T that some of you might have heard of. Ed, the floor is yours. We can't wait to hear what you have to share with us.
Well, it's wonderful to see you, Patrick, and thank you for inviting me to speak with your group. Everyone here shows very good taste in being part of this discussion. I follow everything you do and have for many years. So thanks so much for making me part of the discussion. I guess you'd asked that I talk a little bit about threat intelligence, which in the telecom sense is somewhat related, almost synonymous with sharing information. You know, I guess the two are often used interchangeably. Sometimes information sharing seems more like a social or manual thing, where threat intelligence could include automation. But I'd like to talk about both and might go back and forth between the two at times, but I'll try and tie it together. I think that there's three things that have been bugging me for a while. They seem like misconceptions somehow in the way threat intelligence is used in telecommunications and the related concept of information sharing. Let me take you through the three misconceptions. See what you all think. Maybe you guys think differently about these than me. I have my perspective, and I've been known to be wrong at times. So I could be wrong. And then I'm going to share a couple of things that I'm excited about that I think will maybe fix the problems a little bit. But let me start with the first misconception, and that's this idea that we need more threat sharing and more threat intelligence, and just this quantity argument that I see quite a bit, particularly in the United States. When you travel down to Washington, there's this belief that we need more information, we need more threat intelligence, and all these different terms. I can tell you that in a lifetime of telecommunications, it's not the quantity of the data or even just the availability of more data. I would argue that it's two things. It's certainly the quality of the data. Like, data source quality is a gigantic issue because your vendor and your sharing groups and just about everybody that you interact with is more than happy to plug you into their data, their output. Vendors in particular love to do that. But I'd say in addition to that, the ability to process and interpret that data is maybe the biggest issue. So this idea, when you hear someone say, we need more, where they're making some sort of a quantitative argument, I get very nervous because I think that there's probably too much data. And if you talk to most telecom operators, and I know a lot of you live in that world, I hope you'll agree that you're not sitting around saying, gosh, I wish I had more data. That is rarely the case. And you could argue that with encryption, certainly there may be some drop off in your ability to gain visibility into some things that you had before, if you're pulling metadata, say, from a network. But I think in the context of threat intelligence, there's so many different sources that I doubt that any of you are wanting for more. So that's number one. Second one is a little more serious misconception, and it's definitely something that's held in Washington in the United States. You may have seen it in the Biden executive order some number of months ago. And that's this idea held by many legislators that threat sharing solves everything. That if we just hadn't if this agency gets hacked and they sound the siren, tell everyone, oh my gosh, everybody, batten down the hatches. Here's what happened to us. Go, do all the following, pull the shutters closed and you'll be fine. And there's this, I think, almost sophomoric view that will work. And unfortunately, it doesn't work. We've tried doing this for so long. I was part of the groups back in the late 90s, helping Richard Clark develop what was in the United States, PDD 63 under President Bill Clinton, which established the information sharing and analysis centers, ISACs, now they call them something a little different, ISAOs, so on. But the original ISACs were predicated on this idea that if we would just share, we can notify everyone. And I'm not saying that's a bad idea. I'm just saying that there's this belief that it solves everything. And I think that's because most legislators don't know computing. They don't understand telecom, they don't understand cybersecurity, but they do understand sharing. They know what it means to share information because that's what politicians do. So this idea of tipping off others really does resonate with a lot of people who are in a position to make decisions about laws and policy and so on. So again, it's not that it's bad. It's just that there's a misconception that if we would just do it, oh my gosh, we'll solve everything. So that's number two. The third one is maybe more unique to telecommunications. And that's this idea that everyone is always in favor of sharing. Like, why would anybody ever consider, not wanting to share information with other participants in their industry? It's kind of funny. You look at the ISACs that I mentioned earlier when they were established in the 90s. We'd all predicted at the time that they would become these very functional kind of groups that would pass along a lot of useful information, intelligence about vendors, about threat actors, about tips. Much of the things that you see, for example, in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, we were sort of envisioning that that sort of thing would be shared. It's so funny what really happened. Like the financial services industry made a big business out of it, right? You ever gone to the FS-ISAC conference? It's like RSA. Every time I go there, I laugh because I was involved in some of the early discussions about what that should have been. And go figure that the banks and the finance companies would make a business. I mean, kudos to them. That's what they do. If you meet a bear and it acts like a bear, you shouldn't be surprised. So when you meet a bank and they act like a bank, you shouldn't be surprised. I always laugh when I go to those things. But in telecom, it's a lot different. Let me tell you a story. And I can't really name the companies, but maybe you can take out your magic decoder ring and figure this out. But in 2012, there was these big DDoS attacks. Remember those? And it was funny because, and also terrifying, because the threat actor, presumably some group in Iran, was tipping us off. They would say, we're going to start Tuesday, like around 10 a.m. Eastern in the US, and we're going to work till about dinner time, and then we'll let you go home. Literally, they said, go and coach, little league, soccer, whatever. Then we're going to come back Wednesday, do it again, Thursday, and then we give you the weekend off. They said that, and we still had trouble. But here's the reason I bring up the sharing component. There are a number of domestic carriers that sit in a cooperative environment with large customers where the customer runs the BGP protocol, Border Gateway Protocol, and it's like a big switch. You guys, a lot of you in telecom, you know how that works. You can slosh the traffic to carrier A, and then you can slosh the traffic to carrier B. It takes a little bit for it to take hold, but you get the idea. When you're good at it, you learn a little bit about BGP, you move traffic back and forth. So what was happening was carrier A would be doing the DDoS filtering, and maybe it wasn't going so well. So someone back at the customer would go, hey, let's give these other guys a chance, and they'd slosh the traffic over to carrier B. Now, if that's happening back and forth, and there's a perception amongst the buyers that we're almost seeing who's better at this, then what's the motivation for carrier A and B to tip each other off if they notice? Because we're all using the same platform in those days. It was that old Arbor thing and they still do. NetScout still markets that wonderful thing. And I'm very grateful to them. They helped us quite a bit get through a tough time in 2012. But if you're using the same, A and B using the same platform, let's say A notices, oh my gosh, I see the problem. Here's how we need to configure this. And the traffic is currently over with B. Do you call them and tell them, or do you wait for it to slosh back to you and then you fix it and you say, look how much better? You get the idea. I'm not saying that you wouldn't do it. I'm just saying that when people say there's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't want to always share information and share threat intelligence and share other kinds of intel, that's at least one example where you'd feel that little bit of hesitation and think, maybe I shouldn't do that. So it's kind of funny how that works in telecoms, a little different than banking. So those are three big misconceptions that I see that are usually people who are outside telecom, haven't lived the problems that a lot of you guys live. Now, here are three things that I really like that I think are good. I think the first one is that automation, like automating a feed and connecting it to a piece of equipment or software system and trusting that the feed is going to do the updating properly, it feels like that works better than in the early days. Let me give you an example. I used to sit on the advisory board over at Blue Coat, remember when they were doing the URL filtering. And I watched that company evolve an industry from one where nobody would trust URL policy updates without checking them. Like you had a reverse proxy around what was going outbound in your enterprise. And when there were updates, like a bunch of websites or URLs that you thought were inappropriate, made some gambling sites or something that you thought should not be, they're not business acceptable, you shut it down. In the early days, you said, I have to review these. You could break my whole business. But that became so tedious that over time, we just said, the heck with it. And we let Blue Code and Zscaler and others just do it. And it would change the proxy config, and certain things that were uncategorized or whatever were unreachable. We got very comfortable with that. We trusted the vendor, we trusted the feed, we trusted the update. And today, I bet not a single one of you worried about that, like in the last couple of months. You just don't. Once in a while, something weird gets miscategorized, but you'd have miscategorized it manually anyway. So that is proof that some number of years ago, we got comfortable with this cadence of someone knowledgeable doing research provides intelligence to a piece of equipment that we run that the business is completely dependent on. This is your connection to the internet. We can configure what you can see or not see, and human beings don't have to be in the loop. Now, I can think of a lot of places where you won't do that. But when somebody says we don't do that, you're wrong. You do that. You do it with your proxy, and it works just marvelously well. So I'm bullish that I think we're going to get more comfortable with that. And I followed all the sticks taxi, and they call all these different things, these threat feeds that do. And I'm for that. I think that that's a good thing. I think we should all try to move toward greater use of automation. So that's number one. Number two is I really like these threat intelligence platforms that have popped up. There's some good ones, right? We have all these feeds come in and they've got good analytic tools. I like when they do less for you, but give you tools that you can configure to tailor to your environment. I like that. A good toolkit, great reporting screens, software development kits that you can use. Those are the best ones. I know a lot of them are more do-it-yourself. You plug it in and they decide how they're going to analyze all your threat feeds and summarize and prioritize. In some environments, I guess that's right. But in Telecom, we usually have teams that know how to do that. So, but the point is, I think we call them tips, like threat intelligence platform. And it's funny, the marketing people always hate that. When you say, oh, you're a tip, they get very upset saying that sounds so old fashioned, but I wish they wouldn't do that. I think threat intelligence platform sounds good to me. And I've not seen anybody really at the telecom level do it properly across the whole business. So there's still some distance between practice, state of the practice, state of the art. The third thing that I'm kind of bullish about, I've seen some vendors talking about using artificial intelligence here. Now, the minute you say AI, half the room grimaces and half the room smiles. I get that. And I'm not somebody who believes in a lot of the silliness around AI. I think in some sense, parts of it represent the alchemy of computer science. But machine learning algorithms, when they're done right, where you're training a model based on data, I think that's kind of cool. I think that's the progression of what Knuth gave. Knuth gave us, searching and sorting. I think these learning algorithms based on the tuning of a model, they work. And if we can get to the point where the feeds that come in become the data that we learn from, that seems the perfect connection there, right? I mean, that's what machine learning is about, taking data, learning from it. If it's deep learning, then you're learning on the actual data. If it's machine learning, other kinds, you might be training off in the corner. But the point is, as threat intelligence feeds come in, if I can really learn from that, then my threat intelligence platform starts to get smarter. And then I really can get toward full automation. Like you want feed, intelligence, platform, and auto update so the human being doesn't have to get involved. That, I think in telecom, this can happen. Not as convinced in other industries. I run a board subcommittee for a large power and energy company. Might be a little slower for them to get to it. I've also been in banking, sat on a board of a large bank. Might be a little slower. Telecom, I think this industry gets that. And I think that's where the contribution can be the most meaningful from this community. So again, Patrick, thank you for inviting me. There's 3 misconceptions. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but they've been bugging me for a while. And those 3 things that I'm very bullish about, I hope you guys would agree that those are promising. So Patrick, I'll turn it back. I can stick around if you have any questions.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna ask a question if I may. So in terms of your enthusiasm for automation, I guess it would be my perception that certainly in the enterprise market, the broader enterprise market beyond telecom, in cybersecurity generally, we've done a tremendous amount of work in terms of introducing automation into detection and response. Yeah. And we've got so far with that, but we kind of we get to a little bit of we hit a bit of a ceiling where threats are too complex. What about in the whole area of on the protective side of the NIST cyber framework, the whole protection side? We don't seem to do a whole bunch of automation in that domain, and I'm just wondering what you see in terms of the potential to automate that, whether it's automating just regular IT hygiene or cybersecurity in the protective world. But it seems to be everything is focused on detection and response rather than protecting stuff earlier on in the chain.
It's a great question, Patrick. I'm going to share a secret here that might be a little embarrassing for me. You might well think I'm a big dummy, but I've had a hard time with the protect, detect, response cadence, that NIST thing that's ingrained in all of our minds, that when you do something, it's either red, blue, or green. It gets categorized as preventing. I never got that. First off, it seems to me everything you do is preventive for the next problem, right? So that always seems a little weird. And detection of an indicator versus detection of an attack versus detection of consequence seem all the same activity to me. It's at different parts. I've always had a very simplistic view of how you do real-time cybersecurity, which is the essence of telecom. We're all about operating and being operators. So I think you ingest data and you make decisions that optimize your posture. Like that makes sense to me. Like whatever comes in, do something that makes you better. Whether I'm preventing a thing or detecting a thing or responding, I don't really know, because all of it is just intended to make my situation better. Like, how do you know an indicator is an attack? If I detect an attack that's already happened, is that response? Or is it? So again, I sit and I usually bite my lip, Patrick, because I would think if I say that in front of too many people, they'll think I'm a terrible dummy. Like, oh my gosh, how can you be questioning the one canonical truth in our industry? Protect, detect, response. And I'm sitting there saying, it doesn't make sense to me. I just don't think of it that way. So I think when you think threat intelligence, tell me what's going on. I'm going to process it and I'm going to optimize what I'm doing, almost a game theoretic kind of approach to things. You provide me info and I'm going to respond to that by doing what I think puts my resources in the most secure light. So there I've said it, I really have trouble with that, even though I bet, there's probably a lot of people who found their whole company or their whole program, or maybe even one of the talks today on this idea of shift left, shift right. And I've just found it a very difficult mental model for me. It's never made much sense.
All right, well, listen, we have to crack on with the program. We'd love to talk to you more, but massively appreciate your contribution today. Thanks for making us think.
Thanks, Patrick. I'll see you. Thanks, everyone.
Appreciate it. Okay, so to our concluding session, and we figured Tristan Morgan from BT and I figured that rather than have another direct to camera presentation. We would have a bit more of a sort of interactive chat in this concluding session. So Tristan, before I forget, is the Director of Security Advisory Services for BT. Welcome, Tristan. How are you doing?
Patrick, it's great to be here, and thanks very much for inviting us. It's really good.
Not at all. Thanks for rounding off the day for us. Why don't you begin, Tristan? If you would just spend a couple of minutes, tell us who you are, what you do for a living, and what BT Security is up to in a nutshell.
Yeah, certainly delighted. So yeah, thanks for the intro. And I guess for many people, look, let's get it out there. When you think of security, you don't always think about BT, but actually one of the things that might surprise everybody is it's really been part of our DNA now for many, many, many decades, because when you think of the role of the telco and the role of BT, we are absolutely fundamental to protecting our customers and critical infrastructure globally. And within BT, our security team has grown to today where we sit just around or just over about 3,000 people, which actually makes us one of the biggest cybersecurity employers in the UK and one of the top 10 managed service providers for security globally. And the way we look at security, and we realized this a number of years ago, there's no point trying to manage the protection of BT and the protection of our customers separately. So we brought together one big business unit that focuses seamlessly and collectively on both how we protect BT and all of our different customers across, whether they're multinationals, domestic customers, consumer customers, whether they're consuming our mobile platforms, broadband, or indeed our TV. So it's a huge kind of aperture of things we need to protect. And of course, one of the things that really means, and it comes back to our subject today around threat intelligence, is it does mean we're in the crosshairs quite a bit for many of the cyber criminals and hackers out there who are looking to really go after us because of the criticality of who we're protecting and the data that we transport on a daily basis globally. And to put into context, we are currently actively defending against around about 6,500 sophisticated attacks on a daily basis against our infrastructure that come from the usual mix of hacktivists, nation states, cyber crims, and a handful of rogue individuals. And what this says and what it means, something we realized a while ago, is that threat intelligence is existentially important to us, and we really need to understand not just how we're being attacked, but how we can better protect all of our customers across the different domains that I mentioned a minute ago, multinationals, consumer, and our enterprise organizations. And it's interesting to hear Ed just talking about collaboration. We have subscribed to the model that collaborative relationships back from the very early days with the likes of the UK National Cybersecurity Centre and other global bodies. It's really important to work together to help identify and mitigate these threats, as opposed to working purely in a solo capacity. So the culmination, I guess, of all of this is a platform we launched this week. It's made a big media splash called Eagle Eye. And it was really great to hear what Ed talked about in terms of the three exciting things: automation, information sharing, and AI. And in many ways, that kind of encapsulates the purpose of Eagle Eye, which is to recognize that threat intelligence is one of the most precious commodities we have in security. But it's not just about amassing huge amounts of data, which, let's be honest, is relatively easy and it's relatively cheap to do. But what you need is stuff that you can absolutely assess, you can act upon to drive positive control and change within a business quicker than your adversaries can. And that's one of the fundamentals around what we see around TI and for our platform. So, when you look at these, we've also got to look at how we drive more automation and AI to much improve the customer's speed that they can ingest, analyze, and then act upon these intelligence in a much quicker kind of capacity. And doing so not just in one part of infrastructure, but doing it right across stuff kind of end to end. And so, these AI things are not just to handle, I guess, also the threat monitoring, but also to help our customers better understand their estates. And a good example would be shadow IT, and as we call it, non-voluntary. How much of that actually exists? Because those are often the weakest links. You can protect the best areas, unless you know and understand the full landscape, you can really be found wanting and open to attack. So that, I hope, Patrick, kind of sets the context for why we think threat intelligence is so important, but also our approach within BT.
Great. So let's go into that a little bit. There are literally 101 or more potential intelligence sources. How do you ensure you're not drinking from the fire hose, as they say?
Yeah, I haven't tried it late, but I understand that the fire hose isn't the best way to go about trying to drink water. But crucially, you've got to think strategically here. So what you've got to understand and think about is what threats are going to affect my business. What threats do I need to defend against? How am I going to do it? And then how am I going to think about managing those alerts to make it easy to set up, but it's really hard to analyze. And coming back to the automation point, for me, automation is no longer a question of do you do it or do you not do it? It's much more about to what extent are you comfortable with it? How are you going to integrate automation and optimize it? And what is your automation journey going to look like over time? Interesting to hear about some of the URL filtering things that Ed mentioned in the early days, wanting to do manual inspection of it. A lot of this comes down to trust that this automation isn't going to suddenly take your business down. What are you comfortable automating, and what are the areas that you also need additional checks and balances in place? And fundamentally, that's the heart of what we have with Eagle Eye. The other thing that's absolutely key to this is to get people in the business focused, using their skills in the best way possible, which is really straightforward for many businesses, particularly when you're outside of cyber. But when you're in cybersecurity, given the lack of skills that we have and availability of them coming through, you need to use people who really understand threats, threat intelligence and automation for those high value activities, and try and automate things that possibly can be.
So what do you when you look at across that range of intel sources, is there a way that you're able to classify, categorize them according to which are most valuable, which are least valuable, which are somewhere in between?
Yeah, so it comes down to aggregating together and therefore understanding which ones really apply. We do something in BT and also for our customers called persona modeling, where we look at about 40 people across the organization in different roles. We model what data they have access to, where do they work from, what threats do they typically face, and how might they be targeted. We do that also at a location basis, and we roll that all up to come up with a compound risk. And then we map that against the type of intelligence that we need, that we want to act upon to really best protect those critical people, assets, and data. I think the other thing linking to a question is actually where are the best sources? Where do they kind of come from? And I guess there's a number of key things. Government and industry collaboration is key. We were part of the early task force setting up the malware information sharing platform MISP, which we did along with the NCSC in the UK, and that's been a big success for us and does help us on a day-to-day basis better share and receive threat information right across the sector. And also for us about raising the collective resilience of organizations. We generate threat intelligence from our own network, and that's clearly for us an advantage. We have a huge global network, which means we can, a bit like being in space, you can look down and actually see as threats move around and who they're affecting. Is it geographical? Is it different sectors, different types of individuals? And so that's an advantage for us with our platforms. And we would say it is a competitive advantage for us as well. But that's also going to be balanced with the fact that it's also a responsibility to help protect and build collective resilience across the sector. So you need to be very mindful of those two. But coming back to one of the points you made, marrying these two feeds or multiple feeds up is important, because if you're not careful, you've got tons of data. But how do you get it to fill all the gaps and ensure that you're really picking out those most relevant things that apply to your business? And that's where, for us, understanding your estate, your users, where they're working from, what data they have access to is absolutely paramount and is key to much of the capability that we have across security.
Let's look a second at where telecom operators play in the sort of cybersecurity value chain. And I kind of go back and forth. I think that there are pros and cons. On the one hand, it's quite clear that even the telco that's most effective at cybersecurity from a revenue standpoint for a telco, it's still a drop in the bucket. There's that issue.
Yep.
On the other hand, on the more positive side, there is, well, you know, what telcos will say is, oh, but we see so many more squillions of events than anybody else because of our place in the ecosystem. Then again, you go to, well, okay, you see squillions of events, but back to your earlier point, what is the use of squillions of events if you can't do anything useful by interpreting them well? So, you know, what do you see as the strengths and weaknesses of being a telco competing for cybersecurity business with pure play cyber players?
It's been really interesting to see how, I guess, consumer and customer behaviour has changed. And we did a survey about 6 months ago. And what came out is companies that are very public around how they protect their data, their customers' data, are much more successful, and it's now seen as a source of competitive advantage. So to that kind of point, working with partners where they can help expedite and better protect them is definitely good for business and for business growth. In terms of, back to your point, you're right. You know, we have this enormous global network from about 180 countries we operate in, which gives us a great big view of trends, what's going on, but it does generate a huge amount of information. The benefit that we see from it all is we can take the learnings and stuff that we see in different sectors and different geographies and be really proactive about protecting both BT, you know, and our customers. The key thing when it comes down to where do you play, and BT, we play as a telco, as you know. We also, and our security business is the fastest growing part of BT, I think, at the minute, where that over the top and the managed services are.
Cybercrime's also the fastest growing segment of IT, but.
Exactly. But what that means is, you know, for us, we need to be fairly agnostic in terms of some of the vendors. You know, we don't advocate that our customers rip out everything they've got and replace it with everything powered by BT. I mean, clearly that would be lovely, but most of our customers have huge amounts of contracts that expire. So what we're saying is, you know, RIP, rip and replace. It's now all about helping to integrate and optimize the vendors that our customers have. And where BT can really add value is bringing to bear the automation, the AI, and the actionable threat intelligence across all of those controls. Because as we see, many different providers in the cybersecurity field have awesome capability in different specialisms, be it, you know, OT or operational technology aspects of some of the IT security. It could be for other kind of sectors. And so we feel we need to work with them. And as an MSSP, as the over-the-top services, we're in a great place to do that rather than just being tied to particular vendors, or indeed just being and relying purely on one particular source of threat intelligence.
Let's turn now, if I may, to this question of automation. And, you know, being able to automate responses is a function of the confidence in the fidelity of the information that you have at your disposal. And, you know, we can all recognize that, you know, most organizations, you know, when it's a simple attack, a simple threat vector that they've seen a million times, they can automate a response to it in a heartbeat, no big deal. The more complicated the attack gets, the more challenging it is to have the confidence in automating a response that you'll get the outcome that you're looking for. Where would you say BT is on that scale? I assume there's a whole pile of stuff that you dare not automate at this point. I assume there's a whole pile of stuff that you have automated. Where would you describe where you're at?
So it's all about trust, right? So you've got to prove it, and you've got to build confidence. You know, within BT, in terms of how we protect ourselves, you know, we're probably now into year 3 around our being hell-bent on automating as much as we can. So we're able to use that and work with our customers to help demonstrate where we have been able to automate, but also those critical functions where we put additional checks and balances in place. But it's increasingly for us becoming a much more natural kind of conversation, something we've been working on. And our teams in our research business, predominantly based at Adastral Park, did some very interesting modeling recently, looking at viruses. How do viruses propagate? And we applied some of that learning to say, how does malware, how does some of these threats propagate through BT, so that when we see something, we can take proactive action to areas which haven't yet been affected, but we kind of know they do. So it's a journey for us. I would say within BT, we're doing reasonably well, but there's so much more we can do. And at times, I guess frustration, and why can't you just do the next thing? However, you've got to balance that based upon the business risk around shutting down kind of critical services. And I think when we look and work with customers, particularly my team across the sector, that's another thing that we need to work on in terms of establishing, building trust, starting with some of the core controls, so firewall endpoints, and then moving up into cloud and beyond, to build that kind of confidence across the business.
Very good. Well, we're right on time, Tristan. Thanks ever so much for sharing an update on BT with us this afternoon. Terrific to have you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks. Take care.
Cheers now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to a conclusion of this event. I have to say, I've been delighted and I'm very proud of the content that we've put together today. I invited many of the speakers myself and was hopeful that they would deliver great stuff. They have done. I'm absolutely delighted with that. However, any of you who've ever been involved in organizing an event know that you can have whatever content you have, however great it might be, it is for naught if the event logistics and management is not well done. And I've got to say, Maureen and Wanda from Adaptive Mobile Security have done a stellar job. So thank you very much indeed for them for all of their work over the course of the last few weeks. It's been terrific more broadly to see this event focus on and talk about the nitty-gritty challenges of collaborating and getting more effective results out of our use of threat intelligence in this community. The recording of this event will be available either later this week or next week. I encourage you very much indeed to record that. And if you're not familiar with Hard and Stance, the website is www.hardandstance.com. Do please take a look at what I do in partnership with others. Thank you very much indeed for participating, and I hope to see you again sometime. Good afternoon.